Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. We're going to do this video called The Founding of Rome, Start of the Greatest Civilization. Why not? We've been talking a lot about Rome. I really just want to kind of like segment the genesis of Rome as well as kind of like see what happens after the fact. From the perspective of Magistra Vitae, I believe that's how you say the channel. So it's going to be in the description below, so go check them out. But let's jump right in, shall we?
Rome, once a small and insignificant city in central Italy, would eventually rise to cover the entire Mediterranean. Little by little, the Romans forged one of the greatest empires in history, reaching from the Atlantic in the west to Mesopotamia in the east, from Britain in the north to the Sahara in the south. The profound impact the Romans had on the course of history can be felt even today. But this story starts far away from the Italian Peninsula in the bygone times when gods and heroes still walked among us. For 10 years, the Greek armies, under the High King Agamemnon, besieged the legendary city of Troy, but they were unsuccessful and utterly powerless. Even the mighty Achilles was no match for the impregnable Trojan walls. The defense of the city was organized by Hector, his brother Paris, and their young cousin Aeneas. The Greeks had no hope of ever taking the city, as this was not just an ordinary war between the two nations, but rather a struggle between the gods themselves. With Aphrodite and Apollo aiding the Trojans, and Athena and Poseidon aiding the Greeks, the war turned into a prolonged stalemate.
I'm not too familiar on the Battle of Troy and the conflict. I mean, I have like a superficial understanding of it. How much of this is fact versus fiction? Let me know below your own synopsis.
Eventually, the Greeks decided to cut their losses and return home. As an offering to Athena, they built a massive wooden horse out of ship parts. When the Trojans realized that the siege was finally lifted, they hauled the giant horse into the city and celebrated all night. However, when the city watch fell asleep, the Greeks hidden inside the horse jumped out and opened the gates. The rest of the Greek army that was hidden just out of view rushed into the city and took it from within. While they were busy killing every Trojan in their path, the gods appeared to Aeneas in his sleep. He was instructed to gather as many people as he could and leave the city under the cover of darkness. Taking the Palladium, a mystical carving of the goddess Athena known as the Luck of Troy, the survivors embarked on a great journey across the Mediterranean in hopes of finding a new home. This journey was described by Roman poet Virgil in his epic work, the Aeneid. For years, the refugees sailed the seas, visiting numerous Greek islands and encountering all sorts of mythical creatures, not unlike Odysseus before them. After a small detour to Sicily, Aeneas finally arrived in northern Africa, where he found a bustling Phoenician colony, Carthage. Founded in 814 BC by Queen
A long time ago. Really long time ago.
Dido, who also had to flee her homeland, Carthage soon grew into a regional power. Although the events of the Trojan War occurred some 400 years before the founding of the city, we can be certain that the ancient authors didn't lose any sleep over such minutiae. The Trojans were welcomed into the city, and a marriage pact between Aeneas and Dido was agreed. But the gods had other plans and ordered Aeneas to continue on his journey in search of a new homeland for his people. When Dido saw his ships leaving, she cursed him and his descendants, proclaiming endless hate between Carthage and the sons of Troy, before ending her life.
Okay.
After sowing the seeds of the Pyrrhic Wars, the Trojans continued on their way. Following another small detour, this time to the depths of the underworld where Aeneas met his late father, he and his men reached Italy. 7 years after the fall of Troy, the Trojans finally disembarked near the mouth of the river Tiber. Exhausted and running low on supplies, they resorted to plundering the countryside. The king of the Laurentians, old man Latinus, gathered his men and charged the invaders. But seeing the sorry state the Trojans were in, he invited Aeneas to a council. Hearing the story of the fall of Troy and their subsequent wanderings, Latinus took pity on them and offered his friendship and an alliance. Hoping to finally end the wandering of his people, Aeneas eagerly accepted the offer. He married the king's daughter, Lavinia, adding a personal bond between the two leaders. Aeneas founded a town named Lavinium in honor of his wife. The Trojan Odyssey was finally over, and they could settle down in these new lands. In time, Lavinia would bear Aeneas a child, whom they named Ascanius. Another tradition claims that Ascanius was born in Troy before the destruction. Whatever the case may be, Ascanius had another name, Iulus. One of the most influential patrician families in Roman politics, the Iuli, claimed descent from Ascanius Iulus and by proxy from Aeneas and his mother, the goddess of love and beauty, Venus. Before the arrival of the Trojans, Lavinia had been promised to Turnus, the king of the nearby Rutuli. Angered by this insult, he gathered his forces and charged these invaders. The combined forces of the Trojans and the Laurentians successfully pushed back Turnus, but King Latinus was killed in the fighting, leaving Aeneas as the sole ruler
I'm already loving this animation style. How about you guys?
of the two peoples. Not accepting his defeat, Turnus turned to the Etruscan king Mezentius, the ruler of the nearby Caere. Concerned by the news of these strange foreigners, Mezentius agreed to aid Turnus and attack Lavinium. Hoping to unite the two peoples, Aeneas gave them the name Latins, honoring the late king. From then on, the Trojans and the Laurentians would act as one, never looking back on their ancestry. Rather than waiting for an attack behind their walls, the Latins rushed out to meet the aggressors. With his dying act, Aeneas pushed back Mezentius and secured a lasting peace for his people. The river Tiber would, from then on, mark the boundary between the Etruscans and the Latins. A tomb for Aeneas was built on the banks of the Numicus River, marking the final resting spot for the progenitor of the Latin people. Aeneas was succeeded by his son Ascanius, who was still too young to rule. His mother, Lavinia, assumed the regency and protected their people. When Ascanius came of age, rather than taking control of Lavinium, he left his mother in charge and set off to found another city at the foot of the Alban Hills, naming it Alba Longa.
Obviously, this is like, I mean, when they went to Carthage, technically Carthage was founded in 814 BC. Wasn't Rome like founded around like 500-ish BC? I wish we knew what year this was. That's the only part I'm not following, is what year are we in right now during this.
Ascanius ruled in peace until his death. His crown passed down from father to son in an unbroken line for 12 generations, reaching Procca. King Procca had two sons, Numitor and Amulius. The elder son, Numitor, was set to inherit the throne, but Amulius expelled his brother and seized the crown for himself.
Okay.
Hoping to prevent any claimants from challenging his reign, he killed all of Numitor's sons and forced his only daughter, Rhea Silvia, to become a Vestal virgin, thus ensuring she could not bear children. But it seems that the fates had already decreed the origin of the greatest city known to man, and Rhea was forcibly violated.
Is that where those come from?
Giving birth to twin boys. She claimed that this vile act was done by the god of war, Mars, but this didn't save her or her twins from the wrath of Amulius. Rhea was thrown into prison, and the boys were ordered to be drowned in the river. It just so happened that the Tiber was overflowing at the time. The soldiers, fearing for their own lives, decided to leave the twins in one of the streams near the banks of the river.
And so this is Romulus and Remus.
Hoping this would be enough to drown them. But as the water receded, the boys were left on dry land. A she-wolf was attracted to the river by the crying of the twins. She nursed them until a herdsman named Faustulus came along and saw the wolf gently licking the boys. He took the twins home, named them Romulus and Remus, and raised them with his wife as their own sons.
Once again, how much of this is fact and fiction? Obviously, very skewed fiction, very skewed legend, but let me know where the facts could lie.
Although the Romans generally believed in these stories, they too questioned the veracity of some of the more mythical parts.
A pigeon.
Roman historian Livy gives us a possible explanation for their origin. As he states, the herdsman's wife was a prostitute known as Lupa, meaning wolf, which eventually gave rise to the she-wolf legend. The twins grew up to be strong and capable young men. They enjoyed roaming through the woods on various hunting expeditions. Growing in strength and honing their abilities, the youth set their sights on a greater prize. They began attacking local brigands and taking their loot. They would then distribute the spoils among the shepherds. Slowly, a group of like-minded young men gathered around the twins. Enraged by the loss of their loot, the brigands decided to put a stop to their mischief. During the festival of Lupercalia, they set up a trap for the twins. Romulus managed to evade the attackers, but his brother Remus was not as lucky. He was captured and brought before the local chief, who was none other than their grandfather, Numitor. Faustulus, realizing that one of his foster sons was in grave danger, told Romulus the marvelous story of how he had found them near the river. The herdsman was well aware of the tale of Rhea Silvia and her twins, and he connected the dots long ago. However, he kept this information to himself, knowing that their lives would be forfeit if the truth got out. The time for caution was now over, and armed with this new information, Romulus charged off to meet Numitor. But even before Romulus could reach his brother, Numitor too came to the same conclusion. After questioning Remus and noting his royal bearing, he was convinced that the boy was one of his long-lost grandsons. Romulus only confirmed his suspicions, and the two brothers were reunited. A plan was immediately hatched to depose Amulius and retake the throne of Alba Longa. They lacked the strength to take the city by direct assault, and they chose a more stealthy approach. Romulus led a small group of shepherds from one side, while Remus and Numitor's men came in from the other. Surprised by this sudden onslaught from multiple directions, Amulius was powerless to mount an effective defense, and he was quickly killed. The Alban soldiers, realizing what had happened, were now ready to bear down on them. However, before they could strike, they recognized Numitor, their former leader. Numitor still had a kingly aura, and the men listened as he spoke. He condemned his brother's actions, recounting the story of his sons and his daughter, Rhea Silvia.
And everyone's happy now.
He then presented the twins to the townsfolk. The soldiers abandoned their assault and accepted Numitor as their rightful liege. Having returned their grandfather to the throne of Alba Longa, the twins decided to found a new city on the banks of the Tiber, where they had been found by a she-wolf all those years ago. The twins were joined by settlers from both Lavinium and Alba Longa, along with a number of their friends among the shepherds. They were all hard at work on their new town, but even before the foundations were finished, a disagreement arose between the two brothers. They both
On which hill? What hill do we want to be on?
had the ambition to rule, but seniority could not resolve the matter as they were twins. In one version of the story, the brothers, lacking alternative solutions, turned to the gods. Romulus chose the Palatine Hill and Remus the Aventine. From there, they waited for a divine sign. In time, 6 vultures landed on the Aventine. Seeing this as a clear omen, Remus declared himself king. It is at that moment that 12 vultures landed on the Palatine. Not to be outdone by his brother, Romulus too declared himself king. With one side claiming priority of time and the other priority of number, they still couldn't agree on a single sovereign. The ensuing altercation turned violent, and Remus was killed by Romulus or one of his men. In the other, more famous version of the story, Romulus was hard at work fortifying the Palatine.
It's crazy how similar the parallel is between Cain and Abel and Romulus and Remus. Very different, but still the parallel.
Remus, mocking his brother, jumped over his half-finished wall. Enraged, Romulus killed Remus, exclaiming, "So perish, whoever shall overleap my battlements." Whatever the case may be, Romulus was left as the sole ruler of this new city that would bear his name in eternity. And thus Rome, the greatest city of antiquity, was born. The legendary date of the founding of Rome is April 21st, 753
Oh, I thought it was like 500. Wow.
BC. A temple was built on the Palatine, and the Palladium was placed inside. According to legend, as long as the Palladium was kept inside the city walls, Rome would not fall to foreign invaders. We should pause this story here to examine what little historical evidence we do have. There are no surviving documents from the earliest centuries of the city. What has survived is the oral tradition passed down through generations until it was finally written down by historians like Livy and his predecessors. The foundation of Rome was not a single event, like many Greek foundation myths, but rather a gradual process that predates Romulus and would continue into the times of his successors.
So within this legend, because I was just like, what is going on? So we're talking about like Troy and the Greeks, and then this dispelment of Troy to Carthage, and then Carthage to Italy, and then through several, from the landing to the fighting to the passing downs to the, from the pass down to the Vestal Virgin having 2 children from the gods, almost like a Mary situation, right, where you're a virgin and you have a divineness to this. Then those 2 twins are sent to the river. River was overflooded. Soldiers left them. She-wolf, otherwise paralleled to like a prostitute wolf, took care of them. Then from there was gathered up, and then those boys grew up and then helped their grandfather grandfathers there. Grandfather retake the throne, and then they grew, and then they went to the Tiber, and then the Palatine Hill won out through the legend, and here we are, 753 BC.
The Romans had two foundation stories and two founding fathers, Aeneas and Romulus. Later Roman writers did their best to connect the two stories, inadvertently creating chronological problems in the process. Aeneas was a member of the Trojan royal family and only a minor character in the Iliad. He is notable primarily for escaping the destruction of the city. A line in the epic suggests that his descendants would rule Troy once more, but considering no member of the ruling dynasty ever appeared in the Troad, Greek writers started looking for his descendants in the west. Stories of his wanderings began emerging throughout the Greek world and the wider Mediterranean. The earliest surviving reference connecting Aeneas to Rome appears in the 5th century BC. With the patronage of the first Roman emperor, Augustus, Virgil took these disparate elements and combined them into a compelling founding myth. His epic poem, the Aeneid, is regarded as one of the greatest works of Latin literature. Hoping to legitimize the rule of Augustus and Julius Caesar before him, Virgil incorporated a connection to Ascanius Iulus into the narrative, thus linking the Iuli to these ancient founders. On the other hand, the myth of Romulus seems to be considerably older and more local in origin. The story contains a plethora of elements found in other foundation myths and origin stories. Some of these elements are present across the Mediterranean and the Middle East, but also as far away as the Americas, South Africa, and Polynesia. This means that they can't be easily explained as a common tradition of a specific group, but are rather popular expressions of shared human ideas. This implies that the myth of Romulus was both ancient and indigenous. It is believed that the famous bronze statue of a she-wolf, known as the Capitoline Wolf, was created by an Etruscan craftsman in the 5th century BCE. However, radiocarbon dating suggests that it was made much later, around the 11th century.
What a difference. What a difference of 1600 years.
These findings are inconclusive, and there is still no consensus on the matter, with many scholars favoring the Etruscan origin. Livy mentions that the statue of the she-wolf was erected at the foot of the Palatine Hill, and it was also mentioned by other Roman authors such as Pliny the Elder and Cicero. Some believe that these authors describe the Capitoline wolf. The twins were added to the statue around the 15th century when it was transferred to a museum. Regardless of its true origin, the statue is one of the most famous icons of ancient Rome, and it can still be found atop the Capitoline Hill. What we can say for certain is that the myth of Romulus and the she-wolf was widely accepted in Rome by around 300 BC at the latest. One of the first silver coins minted by Rome in 269 BCE featured a motif of the wolf suckling the twins. Although these myths contain little historical fact, they are nonetheless valuable. They stood alongside stories of possibly historical figures of the early Republic, like Brutus and Cincinnatus. Later Romans would look back at these simpler times of shepherds living in thatched huts and lament the passage of time and the deterioration of fundamental Roman values. These comparisons were especially striking during the reign of Caesar and Augustus, when the institutions of the Republic faltered and Rome slid back into monarchy. These myths also show how the Romans wished to be seen by other people of the era. Instead of one indigenous group founding the city, Rome emerged from a blend of various cultural influences. From its humble origins, Rome grew by extending citizenship rights to various different peoples, a practice that the Romans continued well into the times of the empire.
With haste, but also with what do you call it? Hesitation.
By incorporating first the Italians and later other foreigners into the population, Rome was able to call upon enormous numbers of soldiers to fight their expansionist wars. This is in stark contrast with their Greek neighbors, who strictly guarded their citizenship, leading to stagnation or...
Well, in the contemporary times of Rome, ancient Rome, Republic, they also were very, as I said, there was a hesitation doing that all the way up to like the 1st century BC.
In some cases, decline of the population. These legends involving gods and heroes from the mythical past suggest that Rome was destined to rise above all other cities in the Mediterranean. The real story, however, is far less grandiose, and Rome's eventual rise is far less certain than these myths would lead us to believe.
But every single beginnings, whether it be Asiatic, Native American, African, European, Mediterranean, wherever we're talking about, has origins in myth and legend just because there's no writing, there's no archaeological evidence of the first people. So it has to have some blend. You have to have a hybrid of both.
Prehistoric Italy was a hotbed of diverse and separate cultures. Divided by the Apennine mountain range, the ancient tribes of early Italy developed more or less independently from each other. Historians have identified over 40 distinct languages and dialects across the region.
Wow.
With the Roman conquest of Italy during the early Republic, these languages were gradually pushed out and replaced by Latin. Most of them are poorly documented and remain undeciphered. The languages of prehistoric Italy can be broadly divided into two main groups: those that belong to the Indo-European family and those that do not. The main non-Indo-European language of the peninsula was Etruscan, spoken in the region of Etruria, north of the Tiber, and in parts of Campania. Although spoken by the first advanced civilization on the peninsula, Etruscan remains undeciphered, shrouding the civilization in mystery. Other languages in this category are Rhaetic, possibly related to Etruscan, and the mysterious language of the Novillara inscriptions. However, most of the languages spoken on the peninsula were Indo-European, or more specifically Italic. Among these, the most significant is of course Latin, originally spoken only in a small
Eliscan? Never heard of that one.
region of Latium south of the Tiber. Latin would go on to become the most influential language in the whole of Europe. Closely related to Latin is Faliscan, spoken further upstream of the Tiber. Once believed
That makes sense right there.
to be a separate language, new evidence suggests that Faliscan was no more than a dialect of Latin. Other
Like Creole and French.
closely related languages to Latin are Venetic, spoken in northeastern Italy around modern-day
But that's not a different dialect. You know what I mean.
Venice, and Sicel, the extremely poorly documented language of the indigenous Eastern Sicilians. These
Okay.
languages are sometimes referred to as West Italic. The other Italic languages of the peninsula form a closely related family of Osco-Umbrian languages spoken in central and southern Italy. Central Italian tribes like the Sabines, Marsi, Equi, Volsci, and others all spoke Umbrian dialects, while the southern tribes such as the Samnites, Lucanians, and Bruttians spoke Oscan. Other non-related Indo-European languages in Italy were Greek in the south, Messapic in the southeast, Celtic in the north, and Ligurian in the northwest. Messapic is related to Illyrian, while Ligurian is a mysterious and poorly documented language, possibly related to Celtic. Greek and Celtic are relatively late arrivals. These languages tell a story of prehistoric Italy and the movements of populations. According to the invasion model, the various Indo-European languages came to Italy in successive waves of migration. Recent genetic studies suggest that the Etruscans were indigenous to the region, implying that Etruscan developed from one of the Neolithic languages predating the Indo-Europeans. In the first wave of migration, dated to the later half of the second millennium, came the West Italics. Coming in from the east, they pushed back the indigenous population to the west of the peninsula. The Western Italics were then squeezed into separate pockets by the arrival of the Osco-Umbrians. The migrating Illyrians then crossed the Adriatic, settling in the region of Apulia. Starting in the 8th century BC, the Greeks founded the first colonies in southern Italy, the region now known as Magna Graecia.
Like Syracuse is a huge one. I didn't know they were in that little pocket up there. Is that Tarentum or something like that? I forget what the name of that city. I didn't know that was Greek.
The Celts crossed the Alps around the 6th century, settling around the Po Valley and along the northern coast of the Adriatic. Another change happened around the 5th century when Oscan tribes from central Apennines migrated south towards Campania, Lucania, and Bruttium. It speaks volumes that the Romans managed to unite all these disparate elements under a single banner. The history of the Italian tribes before the Roman conquest is shrouded in mystery. The earliest surviving historical records are dated to the 2nd century BC, while the earliest of their sources are from the 5th century. This means that there is still a significant 400-year gap from the beginning of the Iron Age to the first historical records. Some of these gaps are partially filled by archaeological evidence. There is only so much that we can learn from ancient ruins and burial sites.
Yeah, we can only make assumptions at that point.
During the Bronze Age, Italy was populated by a fairly uniform Apennine culture. Evidence of this culture can be found across the peninsula, mainly through burial sites and traces of pottery. However, during the wider Bronze Age collapse in the Mediterranean, around 1200 BC, this culture disappeared entirely, only to be replaced by several different cultures. While some of them exhibit continuity with the preceding Apennine culture, others present a break in tradition. Problematically, large-scale migrations of population that would support invasion theory have not yet been found in the archaeological record. Starting around the 8th century.
So it's more likely than not that it culminated in Italy versus like a drop in.
The Villanovan culture, present in Etruria and the Po Valley, developed into the first advanced civilization of Italy, the Etruscan civilization.
So the Etruscans was the first advanced civilization of Italia. Okay.
With the rise of the population in the early Iron Age, settlements in Etruria grew in power and significance. Large mineral deposits found in the region attracted Greek and Phoenician traders, sparking a technological revolution. The Etruscans adopted the Greek writing system, forming a foundation for the later Latin alphabet. In time, the 12 city-states of Etruria united into a loose confederation, forming the Etruscan League. At the height of their power, around the 500s BC, the Etruscans controlled the area from the Po Valley in the north to the fertile plains of Campania in the south. But facing mounting pressures from migrating Celts and Samnites, as well as the rising power of the Roman Republic in the south, Etruscans gradually lost territory and influence. They were ultimately conquered by Rome in 264
Such a small little city. Crazy, isn't it?
BC, marking the end of their civilization. Under Roman rule, their language would gradually fade, slowly replaced by Latin, but we are getting ahead of ourselves. South of the Etruscan cities, on the western coast of central Italy near the mouth of the river Tiber, stood a small tribe known as the Latins. A relative lack of mineral deposits made the region uninteresting for the seaborne traders, and Latium lagged behind its northern neighbor. Gradually, as land routes connecting Etruria and Campania saw increased activity, the Latins joined trade networks, resulting in sustained economic growth.
So Rome was kind of like at the center of that.
Initially, the Alban Hills were the center of trade in Latium, but slowly they faded into obscurity as the new site on the banks of the Tiber grew in importance.
I wonder if these roads kind of gave way to the rise of Rome.
This shift can also be seen on the other side of the Tiber, where way grew at the expense of nearby Caere. An island on the Tiber slows down the current, creating a convenient crossing spot on the river. On the left bank of the river, a series of hills creates a well-defensible position controlling this crossing. The earliest traces of a permanent settlement in the region can be dated back to around 1000 BC.
Which is like 300-ish years prior to the founding, right?
Starting as individual villages on these hills, named
Capitoline, where the wolf is, Palatine, where Romulus was. Wow.
namely the Palatine and the Capitoline, the communities grew until they united into a single city known as Rome.
Wow.
Throughout its history, Rome was known as the City of Seven Hills. Controlling the trade routes of central Italy, Rome would soon grow to be the chief city of Latium. From the early days, Rome was a melting pot of different cultural influences. Built on the edge of Latin territory, near the borders with Etruria and close to the Sabines to the north, Rome was a frequent stop for traders of all kinds. It is likely that this multicultural origin is the reason for Rome's open citizenship policy during the Republic.
Yeah, it's almost like a pilgrimage.
The legendary date of the foundation of the city, 753 BC, is no more than speculation invented by ancient authors.
It's an arbitrary date, but archaeologically we can see a 300-year difference.
As previously mentioned, the first traces of a permanent settlement can be dated long before that date.
Wow.
Recent discoveries of fortifications on the Palatine, dating to the middle of the 8th century, lend some credibility to the story. However, the first evidence of an organized city-state on these hills are dated to the middle of the 7th century, some 100 years after the legendary date. Romulus would go on to rule his city for 37 long years.
7 hills, 7 kings. Interesting.
After his death, the crown passed from one man to another until it reached a ruler so cruel that Romans swore a sacred oath, never again to let one man rule the city.
Which gives the whole meaning of how much they despised kings.
Join us next time as we discuss the 7 legendary kings of Rome and
Amazing. I don't know if we've done a video on this channel. I mean, I've done so many new channels recently that I can't remember especially because there are a lot of them are based in antiquity. But I don't think so. I think this is our first video ever with this channel. Like I said, in the description you can check them out. But amazing. I at first I was kind of like taken aback because I was like, okay, this is going to be more about the myth and legendary side of Rome, but it kind of meshed. It meshed with like with the ethnicities and the cultures and the languages and the history of Italia, which is amazing. And it kind of brought in how Carthage played a part in it, how Troy played a part in it within the mythological side. And then, yeah, awesome. I was very excited. I'm very excited to continue watching videos on this channel. Thank you guys so much for watching with me, though. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. We're doing Magistra Vitae again. This is kind of like the next video in line. We did like the origins of Rome, or the story of Rome, the first video. I think it was like a remastered version of that. Now we're going to do the 7 kings of Rome. Of course, it starts with Romulus, from what I remember. And yeah, let's jump right in, shall we?
In the year 716 BC, following the death of Romulus, founder and the first king of Rome, a power vacuum erupted in the city. The Sabines wanted one of their own to be the king, so they rejected every Roman nominee. Romans, in turn, rejected every Sabine candidate. To avoid slipping into anarchy, senators divided themselves into groups of 10, each ruling for 5 days at a time. This was the first instance of an interregnum in Roman history, a period with no official ruler. A year went by, and the people became frustrated over the fact they had 100 rulers instead of 1. Finally, a deal
Talk about bureaucracy.
was struck. Romans could pick any man to be the king as long as he was Sabine. They chose Numa Pompilius, and the Sabines agreed. To everyone's surprise, he refused the kingship of Rome. Numa Pompilius was a deeply pious man who devoted his life to religious service. It was even said that he took long walks on which he conversed with the gods. He didn't dwell in the city and felt aversion toward its greedy, warmongering nature. It was only after much persuasion that he accepted. Numa was a pacifist, and during his reign, Rome saw 42 years of uninterrupted peace.
And also, by the way, we will say this at the beginning, there's a very high likelihood that a lot of this is construed with myth, legend, and not 100% history fact.
He was aware that the Romans, by now so accustomed to war, would grow unruly during peacetime and provoke unnecessary conflicts. In order to prevent this, he introduced a great deal of religious ceremonies and festivities that would occupy time and minds of Romans. He brought Vestal virgins from Alba Longa and set the rules of tending the sacred flames. He also established the office of Pontifex Maximus, the high priest of Rome, believing his successors would be preoccupied with war. Consequently, neglecting their religious duties, he refused to serve as pontifex, thus establishing a sovereign religious office that would not be meddled with by the future kings. It retained its independence from rulers until it was claimed for the emperors by Augustus. This title exists to this day, held by the Catholic Pope, the High Priest of Rome.
Isn't it crazy that's where it started? Wow.
Numa built the Temple of Janus in the Roman Forum. The temple doors were closed in times of peace and open in times of war. Roman historian Livy writes that the gates of Janus were shut only twice since the reign of Numa, once after the conclusion of the First Punic War and once in the reign of Emperor Augustus. After Numa's death in 673 BCE, Tullus Hostilius was elected king. In stark contrast to Numa, he cared little about religion. As soon as he ascended to the throne, he began seeking an excuse to start a war. He didn't have to wait long before the first opportunity arose. Roman peasants had a quarrel with Alba Longa, and Tullus declared war. Armies marched on each other, but before the fighting could commence, the leader of the Alban forces, Metius, requested an audience with Tullus. Metius warned him about the Etruscan threat to the north and proposed that single combat should decide the victor.
Of course, Etruscans are like the de facto faction of Italia at this point, northern Italia.
In order to avoid pointless bloodshed. Seeing the logic in his argument, Tullus agreed, but it wasn't single combat per se that decided the outcome of the battle. Both armies had a set of triplets, Romans the Horati and Albans the Coriati.
And Yeah, this is definitely legend.
So why not have them sort it out? Two of the Roman brothers were the first to fall, but the surviving brother managed to separate the Albans and kill each of them in turn. This
Dang.
chapter of Roman history inspired many works of art and literature, most notably the
Is it the Three Musketeers?
Oath of the Horati by Jacques-Louis David. Painted in 1786, it became a symbol of the French Revolution.
I don't know why I said Three Musketeers.
After their defeat, Alba Longa became subservient to Rome. But this didn't go well with the people, as they technically didn't lose a single battle. Heeding the outcry of his people, Matthias turned to the Etruscan city of Veii for help, and a plan to defeat Rome was hatched. When the Etruscans attacked, Rome called upon Alba for help. Matthias answered the call, but at the crucial moment before the battle he left,
Yeah, you're done, buddy.
exposing the Roman flank. Witnessing their allies abandon them, Roman courage wavered. Acting fast, Tullus told his men it was him who sent the Albans away, to encircle the Etruscans. Emboldened by his words, the Romans marched forward and defeated the Veiites.
That's an interesting way to look at it.
Back in camp, he informed his soldiers of Alban treachery and executed Matthias without trial. Now leaderless, the city of Alba Longa was razed to the ground and its inhabitants relocated to Rome.
Dang.
Tullus had
No animosity?
Stilius reigned for 32 years, long enough for Rome's metamorphosis, from Numa's city of supreme worship to a realm of warmongering conquerors. After his death in 462 BCE, he was succeeded by Ancus Marcius, the grandson of Numa. He shared his grandfather's peaceful nature, but circumstances didn't allow him to dedicate his life to religion. Latin tribes rebelled against Rome, believing a leader occupied with the divine would be easily defeated on the battlefield, but they were no match for the Roman troops, battle-hardened under Tullus, and Ancus defeated every rebelling city, starting with Politoria. After each victory, the inhabitants of the defeated city were moved to Rome. This greatly increased the size of the city, even expanding its borders to the west, across the Tiber.
Okay.
He built the first bridge over the river, making the crossing easier and safer. Maintenance and repairs of the bridge were a religious duty, and it stood over the Tiber for 1,000 years. Ancus Marcius also made the act of declaring wars a religious ceremony. The process consisted of Roman envoys traveling to enemy territory, reciting prayers and demands 3 times. First to the first person they met, then at the city gate, and one last time at the city forum. If their demands were not met in 33 days,
Well, the first guy they saw, what if it was just a random guy?
they would throw a spear into enemy territory, signaling the beginning of hostilities.
Dang.
After subjugating the Latins, Ancus defeated the Veiites and expanded Rome's frontier all the way to the sea, where he founded the port city of Ostia,
Wow. Growing fast.
which served as a launching point for all Roman ventures in the Mediterranean. During his reign, Lucius Tarquinius, later named Priscus, meaning the Elder, came to the city. He was a wealthy man of Etruscan origin and soon gained great renown by funding public projects and charities. Being well educated, he became one of the king's advisors and a close friend.
Purple. Purple.
Ancus Marcius died in 616 BCE after reigning for 24 years. After his death, Tarquinius was named the guardian of his 2 sons. He sent the boys on a hunting trip and convinced the assembly to hold the elections immediately to avoid another interregnum. Enjoying great respect and admiration from the Romans, Tarquinius was elected new king. His first act was to increase the size of the Senate to 300. The new senators, owing their positions to him, were blindly loyal, and Tarquinius could do as he pleased. After quelling some Latin rebellions, he commenced the building of Circus Maximus,
That's how old that is?
the first and the largest stadium in ancient Rome. While he was making preparations to encircle Rome with a stone wall, the Sabines attacked. This attack was so sudden that the Sabines crossed the river Anio before the Romans could stop them. Great panic ensued in Rome, and Tarquinius, doubling the number of equites, rode out to stop the marching force. The bridge over the Anio was burned down, and the Romans used the panic in Sabine ranks to crush them. Tarquinius returned to Rome at the head of a great procession.
Triumph.
He was riding a chariot pulled by 4 white horses. Behind him marched his legions, dragging along prisoners and all manner of loot and plunder.
Is this the first time of a triumph?
Doing so, he established one of the legendary Roman traditions, the Triumph.
Hmm.
The Triumph was the greatest military honor a Roman general could receive, and this tradition continued even into the time of the Byzantine Empire. It was at this time that a peculiar rumor caught the queen's attention. A slave boy was engulfed in flame while he was sleeping, but when he woke up the fire disappeared, and the child was unscathed by the flame. The queen took this as an omen from the gods, and Tarquinius raised him as his own son. The boy's name was Servius Tullius, and he grew up to be a wise and capable young man. At this point, we should acknowledge that Tarquinius didn't hurt the sons of Ancus Marcius. They were still in Rome, and still bitter that a foreigner was sitting on their father's throne. A plan was devised, with two of their accomplices impersonating quarreling peasants. The argument got so heated that the king heard of it, and decided to hear the men out. While one of them was explaining the problem, the other struck the king down with an axe blow to the head. The assassins tried to flee, but were caught and, with a little encouragement, revealed who they worked for. The palace was locked, and the queen summoned the healers. Even though Tarquinius died instantly, the queen assured people that he's getting better, and that Servius Tullius will act in his name until he regains full strength.
So, forever.
Lucius Tarquinius Priscus died in 579 BCE after ruling for 37 years. Only after Servius had secured the support of the Senate was the death of Tarquinius finally announced, and Servius continued to rule as king despite never being elected.
That's a very unique way, not unique at all. That's a very interesting way to keep the power struggle in lock, with not confirming the death until you've got the support from the Senate.
Servius made reforms to the voting body. He replaced the Comitia Curiata with the Comitia Centuriata.
Which isn't that what they used throughout the rest of the Republic?
The membership in the Curiata was reserved for patricians, the membership in the Centuriata was based on personal wealth. Servius conducted the first census to arrange the population in correct classes. Rome didn't have a professional army. Instead, legions consisted of citizens who had to arm themselves, with each class assigned a set of compulsory equipment. The classes were divided into centuries, and each century had one collective vote. The voting was, of course, heavily skewed in favor of the rich. Just like the sons of Ancus Marcius proved to be the undoing of Tarquinius Priscus, so were the sons of Tarquinius the undoing of Servius Tullius. In order to prevent them from doing anything suspicious, Servius married them to his daughters. Arnus Tarquinius cared little for the throne, for which his wife Tullia hated him, but his brother Lucius Tarquinius despised Servius and wanted the throne for himself. Tullia admired Lucius, so they killed their spouses and began plotting together. They were constantly reminding people that Servius was never elected and that the census was just a way for him to steal their property. When Lucius thought he acquired the support of the people, he walked to the Senate house with his bodyguards and called a session into meeting. While he was giving a lengthy speech to the senators, Servius marched in and asked for an explanation. Lucius, being a much younger and stronger man, physically threw Servius out of the Senate, where he was killed by the bodyguards. Servius Tullius reigned for 44 years and died in 534 BCE. Lucius Tarquinius, later named Superbus, meaning the proud, reigned with such cruelty and malice that it brought the age of kings to an end. During his reign, Tarquinius Superbus executed anyone who opposed him. He confiscated property as he saw fit and reduced the Senate to a symbolic role. This all lasted until Sextus Tarquinius, son of the king, violated the woman named Lucretia. After the criminal act was done, she summoned her father, Spurius Lucretius, and her husband Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus.
I want to say remember this. We did a whole useful charts video, I believe, of this.
The two men came accompanied by Publius Valerius and Lucius Junius Brutus. When Lucretia told them what had happened, overwhelmed by shame, she took her own life. The grieving men swore to end the tyranny of the Tarquins. They went to the Forum and told the story of Lucretia. They reminded people that the king took the throne by force and spoke about all the terrors.
Of course, he didn't just slap her, he violated her, if you know what I mean.
He committed. The Roman population, oppressed for so long, decided to banish the Tarquins from the city. Brutus then went to a nearby army camp. The army joined the revolutionaries and marched on Rome. Realizing what had happened, Tarquinius fled to Etruria with his family, after ruling for 25 years. After reaching the city, the Romans swore an oath never to let one man rule Rome again. This marked the end of the monarchy, which lasted for 244 years, making way for the rise of the Republic. Allegedly, the year was 509 BCE, exactly 1 year before the beginning of democracy in Athens. Were there really 7 kings of Rome? Most probably not. Never in history did 7 rulers in a row enjoy on average 35 years of reign. After the sack of Rome in 390 BCE, most of the historical records were lost. The only thing we can say for certain is that before the formation of the Republic, Rome was ruled by kings, and the last kings of Rome were of Etruscan origin. Few buildings like Numa's Regia, Curia Hostilia, and the Servian Wall still bear the names of the ancient kings, so we can assume at least some of them existed. A likely explanation is that a number of kings were combined into these legendary figures, and their reigns were adjusted to fit the legendary chronology. The first 4 kings seem largely fictional, even if the events of their reigns did actually happen. Romulus was credited with establishing social and political systems. Peaceful Numa was given all matters concerning religion. Tullus Hostilius and Ancus Marcius expanded Rome's population and influence by fighting expansionist wars. The last 3 kings of the Tarquin dynasty seem to be real people, although they may have been only one person in reality, since their recorded achievements were oddly similar. In this period, Rome grew to be the chief city in Latium, and it is possible that the Romans exercised the general suzerainty over the Latin cities. After they conquered the lowlands of central Italy, they turned their heads towards the hills and mountains to the east for new conquests. North of the Tiber lay the loose confederation of Etruscan city-states, which developed lasting rivalries with Rome. This was the world in which the most famous republic of all time was born. Join us next time.
Wow. Very much a learning video right here. Yeah, these first 4 probably mythic kings, and then these last 3 right here. Maybe they were true. Maybe they were real. I don't know. And then there's probably a ton that ruled for just a short amount of time before being usurped and or assassinated or something happened. Who really knows? It's such a mystery. Maybe through archaeology we might find the answers. But yeah, very fun video by Magistra Vitae, History of Rome #2. I think we're going to do all his videos just because it's an interesting animation style, but also plugs in some very interesting bullet points between some of the times and the eras that we're talking about. But yeah, Priscus, Tullius, and Superbus might be the real kings of Rome. And you can definitely tell throughout like their rule and some of their legendary tales why Romans and Italians just despised monarchy because of the distant past that they shared. So, wow, like I said, always go make sure that you've subscribed to all the channels that we watch, especially this one. And yeah, I'll catch you guys next time. Thank you guys so much. Leave a like. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing our little Rise of the Republic, or, well, that's the title of the video. We're continuing our history of Rome via Magistra Vitae. I've been saying that probably wrong this entire time, but that's okay. We're starting here at the Rise of Republic. This is the 3rd episode that we've done of the series of this channel. Channel and video in the description below. Looks like we're going to start 509 BCE. Let's jump right into it and see what we got.
The last king of Rome, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, was so cruel that after he was ousted in 509 BCE, Brutus made people swear an oath to never again let one man rule the city.
And that was true pretty much until the fall of the Republic.
Is known as the Oath of Brutus, and it would play a decisive role in the downfall of the late Republic.
That's 500 years from now.
New offices were created to replace the king, Rex Sacrorum and the consul. Rex Sacrorum, or the king of sacrifice, inherited all religious duties previously held by the king.
I thought that was Pontifex Maximus.
To stop the Rex Sacrorum from threatening new...
Did I say that wrong? Pontifex Maximus. I know, look at me, just sideline this entire video just to make sure I said something correctly. But it's super important. Pontifex Maximus. Hold on. Pontifex Maximus, yeah.
Found liberty, he was made subordinate to the Pontifex Maximus.
Oh, okay.
All military and political power of the king was now held by two consuls. Although they wielded the same powers as the king, the Romans could sleep soundly at night, knowing that the office was limited to a one-year term, and after it expired, all the legal weight could be brought down on the consul who abused his power. Consuls were elected by the Comitia Centuriata and took power on the 1st of January. The first consul, meaning the one who got more votes, was the first to hold the fasces. Fasces represented imperium, or the power to command. It alternated between the consuls each month, and the one holding it was in charge. Duties of the consuls included introducing new bills to the Senate, leading the armies in times of war, and overseeing elections. One check of power that the Romans added was the consular veto, and in Rome veto was final.
Yeah. And I think you could veto. Could you veto bills before they even were read, or as they were reading? I think in some instances that was true.
The first consuls of Rome were the ringleaders of the rebellion, Lucius Junius Brutus and Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus. The Romans, still wary of the Tarquin dynasty, feared for their newly acquired freedom. Whispered hints turned into common talk as people grew increasingly more suspicious. To ease the people, Brutus summoned an assembly and pleaded with Collatinus to step down. Although shocked by this betrayal, Collatinus agreed to lay down his consulship and leave the city. In his place, the Comitia Centuriata elected Publius Valerius, another leader of the rebellion, who would later be known as Publicola. Although most of the population was content with the new leadership, a number of young nobles who enjoyed the former king's generosity wanted him back on the throne. Tarquin's envoys arrived at the city to retrieve his belongings. While the Senate was discussing the matter, they plotted with unsatisfied nobles. A slave overheard their conversation and reported it to the consuls. The traitors were imprisoned, but the envoys were sent home unharmed, as they were protected by international law.
International law? See, I'm not even aware of concepts like that even was possible back then. I guess so.
Among the traitors were Titus and Tiberius, sons of consul Brutus. Punishment for treason was death, but one of the senators proposed banishment. Brutus would have none of this. He had no mercy for his sons, and they were executed alongside their co-conspirators. The slave who revealed the plot was freed and given Roman citizenship.
Nice.
When Tarquinius caught wind of the events that unfolded in Rome, he implored the Etruscan kings to crush the rebellion and prevent the revolution from spreading north.
I'm starting to like this channel a lot more. It's even more comedical than I thought it. Comical.
Two cities answered, his hometown Tarquinia and the city of Veii, who fought and lost previous wars with Rome. With these two armies trailing him, Tarquinius entered Roman territory. Roman consuls marched out to meet him, with Publius leading the infantry and Brutus the cavalry. Fighting was fierce as the two forces were evenly matched, but when the night fell, the Etruscans retreated to their home, leaving Rome as the victor. Although the battle was won, there was no celebration in the Roman camp. Lucius Junius Brutus, the father of the Republic, lay dead on the battlefield.
A consular army lost their consul.
His body was carried back to Rome, and the state declared an entire year of mourning. Publius, now standing alone, fell under suspicion. He was building a home atop Velia, a hill connected to the Palatine. The paranoid masses feared that he was building a fortress from which he could imprison them all.
That's a little paranoid.
Publius caught wind of this and summoned an assembly. Furious with the people, he said, "Am I, the most determined foe of kings, to dread the suspicion of desiring to be one myself? The house of Publius Valerius shall be no check upon your freedom. Your Velia shall be safe. I will not only move my house to the level ground, but I will move it to the bottom of the hill, that you may dwell above the citizen whom you suspect. Let those who are regarded as truer friends of liberty than Publius Valerius dwell on Velia."
Oh, at least he has some humility. Really nice. So he basically reversed his fortune, I'm guessing.
With this, he moved his house to the very bottom of the hill. He used this opportunity to propose two new laws that are famous even to this day. The first stated that any man who tried to make himself king could be killed by anyone without the fear of reprisal.
Oh, and that's not very cut and dry. The interpretation of that is subjective, I'm guessing.
The other gave the power of appeal to the assembly. This earned him the honorary title publicola, meaning friend of the people. A vote to replace Brutus was held, and Spurius Lucretius, the fourth and final leader of the rebellion, was elected consul, but he died of old age only a few days later. In his place, Marcus Horatius Pulvillus was elected, and thus the first year of the Republic came to an end. We should pause this story here to examine this early republic. The date of the foundation of 509 BCE is highly suspect. It is generally believed it was fabricated by later Romans to predate the establishment of Athenian democracy just 1 year later.
Yeah, that's interesting.
The Romans had a hard time believing they were not the first and best at everything, but the lack of any primary sources forces us to mark our own story with this date. Although Romans took much pride in their democracy, it should be noted that it wasn't much more than an oligarchy, ruled by the wealthy elite.
Yeah, especially if you look at the voting, like the first two, the voting block is 92 votes comparatively to the rest only being 91. So it's a classist society on top of everything.
Quites and the first class still held the majority of votes in the Comitia Centuriata, and they almost exclusively consisted of patricians. It wouldn't take long for the disenfranchised plebs to demand a greater voice in the government. It was this dichotomy that was the source of internal strife for the duration of the Republic. The majority of the population didn't have even nominal political standing, namely women, immigrants, and slaves.
Well, the latter's obvious.
At this time, most Romans were settled farmers, but the lands they worked were owned by the rich minority. Although important.
That's it's interesting because I'm drawing the parallel to, like, we watched a video on Cleopatra's Egypt, so which is the, of course, the what was it like? The first, it was first BCE.
Slaves were not yet the backbone of the Roman economy as they would become in the time of the late Republic and the Empire. Romans cultivated grain for internal consumption, or grapes and olives used to manufacture wine and oil, which were valuable trade goods. Following the Etruscan example, wealthy Romans used these goods to enrich themselves even further by trading with neighboring nations. Even though Rome had many internal struggles, in times of war they were all set aside, and the Romans bound
Carthage must be destroyed.
Together to defend the city, only to resume their quarrels when the danger had passed. Having said this, we should continue with our story. After his defeat, Tarquinius fled north and took refuge in the Etruscan city of Clusium, ruled by King Lars Porsena. Tarquinius used the same tactic he used in Veii and persuaded Porsena to march on Rome. Such was the power of Clusium and the reputation of Porsena that general panic ensued in Rome. The Senate feared the plebs would be so overcome with despair that they would let Tarquinius into the city and accept peace even though it meant slavery. The plebs were exempt from paying harbor dues and war tax, so that all expenditures would fall on the rich who could bear the burden. This generous act ensured harmony in the dark days to come. Livy writes that the popularity of the Senate at this time was never surpassed by any man or institution in Rome. As the Clusian armies drew near, Romans abandoned their posts and fled across the Tiber, leaving the Sublician bridge unguarded. This would have spelled disaster for Rome, if it wasn't for the bravery of Horatius Cocles. He ordered the men behind him to tear down the bridge. To buy them enough time, he stood alone on the far side of the river and challenged the whole of Porsena's army to combat. The army was transfixed as they watched this brave but obviously suicidal man. It was only the sound of the collapsing bridge that snapped the army out of their trance. As Porsena's army was charging at him, he called upon the god of Tiber, and still fully armed, jumped into the river.
Yeah, this is probably myth.
Although Etruscans hurled many spears at him, he reached the other shore safely. For his actions, Horatius was admitted to the pantheon of Roman heroes. By collapsing the bridge, they stopped Porsena from directly assaulting the city, forcing him into a lengthy siege. Ambushes set up by Publius stopped Etruscan ravaging parties from plundering Roman fields. But the city was still blockaded and the people starving. In this time of great need, another hero of the early republic emerged. Young noble Mucius Scaevola disguised himself in Etruscan clothes and swam across the Tiber.
I finally figured out like what kind of Let me know what you guys think, but this is like obvious. This is like an interesting animation style. I was trying to put my finger on it the last couple of times I was watching it. It's like a combination of like Stardew Valley, but also like some early handheld games, you know?
He entered Porsena's camp unnoticed and hid among the crowd. It was the soldier's payday, and the king's treasurer was handing out the gold. Mucius did not know the king by sight, as he and his entourage were dressed alike. Hoping that the good fortune that led him this far would continue, Mucius struck a killing blow. Unfortunately, he killed the treasurer and not the king. He was apprehended and brought before the king. Mucius told him that Romans didn't declare war on Clusium, but on King Porsena himself. Enraged, Porsena ordered his men to burn him alive.
Ooh.
In an act of defiance, Mucius plunged his right hand into the fire and without flinching stood there while his arm burned. The king, astonished by his bravery, decided to set him free.
Well, dang! Now you know what to do if you ever get sentenced.
Feigning gratitude for sparing his life, Mucius tricked Porsena into thinking he was just the first of the 300 Romans that swore an oath to assassinate him. Fearful for his life, Porsena lifted the siege and marched back home. This is the official legend the Romans told themselves, but historical evidence tells a different story. Lars Porsena is a documented historical figure, but it's highly unlikely that he attacked Rome at the request of Tarquinius Superbus. In the 500s BCE, Volscians settled the lowlands southeast of Rome and disrupted trade routes connecting Etruria and Magna Graecia. Wanting more control in that area, Porsena besieged Rome, and contrary to the Roman legends, he was successful. He left his son in charge and returned to Clusium.
Wow.
His son, wanting to expand his influence, waged war against Rome's neighbors. He was defeated by the Latin League and expelled from Rome. This left Rome in a peculiar position. Latin cities that were supposedly subordinate to Rome defeated the enemy that Rome itself couldn't. Those same Latins, believing that Rome, weakened by occupation, would be easy pickings, revolted, but they underestimated Roman power, like so many others did throughout history. The Senate appointed Aulus Postumius as dictator. In Rome,
The final act.
the office of dictator was an extreme measure used for desperate situations. He held absolute power and could do as he saw fit without the need of approval from the consuls or the Senate. When appointed, the dictator chose his master of the horse, who was second in command, and answered only to him. Dictators were appointed for 6-month terms, and after it expired, they had to give power back to the consuls.
Could you ever be tried as a dictator for things that you did during your dictatorship?
And they did. Every dictator until Julius Caesar gave up his power willingly. Postumius led the Roman army to victory at the Battle of Lake Regillus. This victory assured Roman dominance over the Latins for the next 150 years. When he returned to Rome, he stepped down from his position and reinstated the consuls. The monarchy really was dead, and it would stay dead for another 500 years. While fighting to defend the Republic, a large number of plebeians were left in debt. This debt would be the source of internal turmoil for the years to come, and it will take the first strike in recorded history to resolve it. Join us next time as we discuss this struggle, known as the conflict of the orders.
Can't wait. This is interesting. I love it. It's a fun little... I mean, we started really looking at the Roman Republic around, like, I don't know, the Second Punic War. Well, the First Punic War, I guess. But we really haven't talked about what happened prior to that, which is an interesting way to kind of fill the gaps here. So we're going to watch all the videos from Magistra Vitae. So make sure you go subscribe to them. Great content. And thank you guys for watching. This is really interesting and learning about like some of the preambles of the Republic until the Republic, and then what happened within, whether it be the Latin leagues or the neighbors of Rome, like the Etruscans, and how everyone interacted prior to the hegemonic power that Rome becomes. So appreciate you guys as always. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Magistra Vitae continues. Conflict of the Orders. History of Rome Part 4. Glad you're here with me as always. Let's jump right in and see what all the fuss is about on the conflict of the orders. Of course, we've done the first 3 videos, so go check that out. Basically early Republic, a little bit meshed with legend, but also fact. And I think as we move forward through the timeline of the Roman Republic from here, it's just going to get more and more concrete. But we'll see. Let's go. Let's go.
An old man appeared at the forum. Filthy and malnourished, he was no more than a shadow of his former self. But the people could still recognize him. He used to be a respected centurion and had many scars to show for it. The crowd grew large and questioned the man. He told them that while he was out there defending the Republic, his field was burned and his property plundered. He was then asked to pay war tax when he was least able to. He then fell into
War tax? What does that mean? Like tax because of the war?
debt and ultimately lost his freedom at the hands of his creditor. In the early Republic, people who couldn't pay off their debt would be bound to their creditor. They would have to work his field until the debt was paid.
So indentured servants, basically?
Unfortunately for the debtors, they couldn't earn any money while serving the creditor. This left them in a perpetual state of servitude. Recent wars bankrupted many former soldiers, and the question of debt relief became a major political issue. A large crowd of angry debtors gathered in the forum. They surrounded the consuls and showed them their chains. These, they said, were their rewards for serving Rome. The Senate was called into session to deal with the mob. While they were discussing the matter, news of the Volscian invasion reached the city. The consuls dismissed the Senate and tried to levy the army. But the men refused to answer the call, saying, "Let the patricians take up arms and serve as common soldiers."
I mean, yeah. You expect them to keep fighting for you and they get nothing in return? Duh.
That those who get the spoils of war may share its perils. Furious, the Senate appointed a dictator to crush this revolt. However, they chose a man beloved by the plebs, Manius Valerius, the brother of the famous Publicola. After he assured the people that the debt crisis would be resolved once the enemies were defeated, they eagerly took up arms. The Sabines, Volscians, and Equi were all easily defeated, one after the other, and the victorious legion marched back home to the city.
I'm not very familiar with that. I'm guessing they had like a coalition to invade Rome.
There they were met with disappointment, as the powerful patricians blocked Manius from fulfilling his promises. He resigned as dictator, refusing to give false hope to his fellow citizens. Seeing there was no other way, the plebs marched out of the city and occupied the Sacred Mount, a hill north of Rome. This event is known as the secession of the plebs. Both sides were growing restless, as the city was defenseless without its armies. The Senate had no other choice but to send an envoy to negotiate with the plebs. The question of debt relief was not directly addressed. Instead, a new office was created, the tribune of the plebs.
Oh. So that's where that comes from. Okay, okay.
The tribunes were sacrosanct, meaning that to hurt them or ignore their veto was a religious offense, punishable by death. With their divine protection, the tribunes could act against patricians without any fear. The tribunes became
Unless your last name is Gracchi or Gracchus.
increasingly more important, reaching their peak with the Gracchi brothers around 125 BCE and fell into obsolescence with the rise of emperors. In the years after the secession, constant raids from neighboring tribes left Rome at the brink of starvation. To prevent it, the Senate imported large quantities of grain from Sicily. In this grain, some patricians saw an opportunity to regain the powers conceded to the plebs. Foremost among them was Gaius Marcius Coriolanus, a respected general. He demanded the abolition of tribunes in exchange for fair grain prices. This didn't go well with the people. In fact, they revolted. The patricians agreed to hold a trial to ease the tensions. He was exiled from the city and took refuge with the Volscians. Seeking revenge, he persuaded the Volscian army to march on Rome. He led them from one victory to another, capturing many Roman towns
Dang!
until they reached the gates of Rome itself. While Coriolanus was besieging Rome, his mother snuck out to his camp and pleaded with him to stop the assault. Deeply moved by her cries, he withdrew his army. Feeling cheated out of an easy victory, Volscians murdered Coriolanus. It should be noted that this story predates the sack of Rome in 390 BCE, when all historical records were lost. It bears a striking resemblance to the story of Athenian general Themistocles, who also took refuge among his enemy. We can safely assume it was made up by later Romans.
All these ancient, well, I wouldn't say, well, yeah, all these ancient stories, well, sometimes we can just hypothesize if they're real or not. It looks like this one is one of those that might not be true.
Who couldn't believe that Rome was defeated by anyone other than a fellow Roman.
Oh,
Although the masses were satisfied with newly acquired power in the form of a tribune, it didn't take long for a new generation of plebs to demand even more rights. To prevent new reforms, armies were levied each campaigning season. The total dominance of the legions could not be denied, and the plebs started questioning the real reason behind these constant wars. They reverted to their old tactics of refusing to enlist. These cycles would repeat for the next 20-odd years. Despite many reforms being successfully blocked, the plebs did score some major political victories. Lex Publilia, a law passed in 471 BCE, transferred the power of electing tribunes from Comitia Centuriata to Comitia Tributa. Membership in the Tributa was not based on personal wealth, but rather on the place of residence.
but based off the place of residence, isn't that a direct correlation of wealth?
And thus was the most democratic form of the Roman Republic.
I mean, I guess there's probably, I mean, it just depends on where you draw the lines and how you draw the lines, but it seems like it would still be some, some of that.
Furthermore, in 457 BCE, the number of tribunes was increased to 10, remaining so until the end of the Republic.
Yeah.
These internal power struggles between the rich and the poor, the patricians and the plebs, is called the conflict of the orders, and it would last for another century or two.
My goodness. Dang. Like, yeah, y'all had an issue that y'all just could imagine having an issue that lasted 200 and like plus years. Oh, jeez.
During the regal period, Rome's sphere of influence grew to cover the whole of Latium. The expulsion of the monarchs and subsequent turmoil left Rome in a weakened position, with much of the expansionist progress being lost.
Jeez, what year was this? Was this after the Volsci invaded?
But it wouldn't take long for the new republic to match and eventually surpass the dead monarchy. Rebelling Latins were subdued with the victory in the Battle of Lake Regillus. A decisive victory against the Equi would set Rome up for an inevitable clash with the Etruscans for the ultimate control of central Italy.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk about that because it seems like the Etruscans are like the only real like a threat to Rome, but it's also the same way. I think Etruscans, they were in their own view probably the greatest power on Italia at this point. So Rome was their biggest threat.
If we ever stop to consider how a city from central Italy grew to an empire spanning the entire Mediterranean and lasting millennia, we should look back at these generations. Famine and pestilence were almost a yearly occurrence, but the legions kept marching forth. If an army was utterly defeated, the dead were buried and a new army sprung to take its place. Rome was handed one severe defeat after another, but it never sued for peace. The legions kept coming until the enemy was forced to surrender from sheer exhaustion. From these generations, much was asked and nothing was given in return. Despite
FDR.
these generations, much was asked and nothing was given in return. Despite all these external pressures, the plebs would not give up on their dream of equality, eventually passing a law so consequential that the entire Western legal tradition is based on it. Join us next time as
Forget what axes. Abes non sunt vera. 12 tables. Interesting. Oh, that's what we're going to talk about next time. That's going to be fun. So yeah, Tribune of the Plebs is created. The people are given a little bit more power. The conflict of the orders lasted 200 years. This is an interesting episode. Very short and sweet, but gives us a little bit of a look into how the conflict of the orders, I know I used the title again, kind of works in the Republic, whether it be like the people at the top versus the people at the bottom. And it's a military engine. I mean, they're always fighting. Like Rome is always at war. It seems it just seems that way. They're always at war. Obviously, I mean it should go to no assumption, but Rome was probably at war 2 times longer than they were at peace. It just seems that way. That's not right. Let me know, but it seems that way. So creating some sort of safety barrier for people that served makes all the much sense. Indentured servitude is no way to go, especially for people that fought for the country. But yeah, another episode of Magistra Vitae. We're just kind of gliding through these at this point. I appreciate you guys being here as always. Make sure you hit that like button if you like We React to History. Consider subscribing. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out and bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you are doing well. Today we have the 12 Tables of Roman Law by Magistra Vitae. If you're new here, Magistra Vitae or Vitae basically begins with the origins of Rome, and we go through the early parts of the Roman Republic. We talked really much about kind of like the monarchs now, as well as like the conflict of the orders, some of the early Republic feuds that were being settled. Now, we're going to be talking about the 12 Tables of Roman Law, which I guess we're talking about the beginning of the legalities in Rome, which is very interesting. So, without further ado, let's jump right in. Hit that like button, it really helps. Let's see what we got.
Since the time of kings, Roman laws were kept by high priests as sacred books. Only the patricians were allowed to read and examine them. This meant that the old patrician judges could bend the law as they saw fit.
I can't remember when the Sibylline books came apart, because I know that's kind of orchestrated, and I'm guessing it's either one or two things. One, there is like an overarching law or laws that are both secular and non-secular, right? So there's either where they're combined or they're not, and they're separate. I'm wondering how this is going to look.
Realizing this injustice, in the year 462 BCE, the tribunes proposed that the laws should be written down and published for everyone to see. For years, the patrician pushback was hard, but when the common folk were joined by the wealthy plebeians, the Senate had no other choice but to relent. They sent a delegation to Athens to study the famous laws of Solon and to investigate laws and customs of other Greek city-states. Upon their return in 451 BCE, the consuls and tribunes were abolished and replaced with the decemvirate. The decemvirs were 10 men wielding supreme power, with no right of appeal against their decisions. Their task was to condense all Roman laws into a single uniform code. By the end of the year, they wrote the 10 Tables of Law, but they were seen as insufficient. In order to amend them, a new decemvirate was elected. One of the decemvirs, Appius Claudius, manipulated the elections to reappoint himself and his lackeys. 2 more tables were written, giving us the 12 Tables of Roman Law.
Interesting, because of course in a similar concept, you have like the 10 Commandments. So it's an interesting like number to kind of like sit on. And then, of course, like the Bill of Rights in the United States, you got 10. It's an interesting number.
The laws were inscribed on 12 bronze tablets and displayed in the forum. Every man, woman, and child knew the contents of the tables by heart. In his writing, Cicero recounts having to memorize them as a schoolboy.
Isn't that crazy? Because, like, in the parallels of the United States, the Bill of Rights, right?
Unfortunately, the complete texts were lost to history, but remaining excerpts and summaries by later authors allow us to piece together the general content of each table.
So let's see.
The tables contain a number of curious provisions that show how detailed the laws were. For example, the 7th table states...
Alright, we're going to go back and read them. So, 1 is procedure for courts and trials. Wow. Further enactments on trials. Okay. Execution of judgments. Rights of familial heads. Or patriarchy, basically. Legal guardianship and inheritance law. Okay. Kinship. Acquisition and possession. Okay. Land rights and crimes. Torts and delicts. Laws of injury. Public law. Sacred law, which I guess is more religious, and then 2 supplements and or amendments.
Various provisions that show how detailed the laws were. For example, the 7th table states, the fruit that falls on a property of a neighbor is the property of that neighbor. Hidden in the 11th table is a law that would cause further strife between the classes. No patrician will ever marry a pleb. Considering the job of the decemvirs done, the people eagerly awaited the consular elections. 15th of May, the regular date of Roman elections came and went, but the decemvirs stayed in power. Ironically, the men chosen to formulate the laws were the first to break them. A surprise attack from the Sabines and the Equi put a pause on this issue and 2 armies were levied. One marched on the Sabines and the other on the Equi, but they were both crushed.
Oh.
With these defeats behind them, the decemvirs were at the height of their unpopularity when Appius sealed their fate by committing a crime reminiscent of Lucretia and the fall of Tarquins. He became infatuated with the young plebeian girl Verginia.
Can't marry a pleb.
Desiring the girl for himself, he ordered one of his clients to proclaim her a runaway slave. While she was passing through the forum, the man tried to take her, but he was stopped by a large crowd that gathered around the girl. Appius decided to call a hearing to ease the crowd. During the trial, Verginia was accompanied by her father Lucius Verginius, an army officer in good standing. Despite the irrefutable mountain of evidence that he provided, Appius proclaimed that the girl was indeed a slave. Eerie silence fell over the stupefied crowd. Seeing no other way, Verginius grabbed a butcher's knife and plunged it into his daughter's heart, proclaiming, "This is the only way to set you free."
Dang. By the way, keep the tables are over there on the left, hung up.
A furious brawl between the lictors and the people ensued. Appius, fearing for his life, wrapped his toga around his head and escaped into a nearby house. When the army caught wind of the events that unfolded, they gathered on the sacred mount. The plebs deserted the city and joined them in what would be the second secession of the plebs. Seeing the writing on the wall, the decemvirs laid down their power and Appius was imprisoned. Anticipating the result of the trial, he ended his life.
Wow.
Horatius and Valerius were elected consuls for that year. They enacted 3 laws that further empowered the plebs. The first reaffirmed the sacrosanctity of the tribunes. Now the republic itself would guarantee their safety. The second prohibited election of magistrates with no right of appeal. The third and most important law stated that the laws passed in the plebeian council would now be applicable to the whole population.
Very important piece right there.
Like most of the stories of this early period, the life of Appius Claudius was probably a fabrication by later Roman historians, who aimed to portray the Claudii family as proud and arrogant aristocrats. The decemvirate, on the other hand, is a far greater mystery. Both ancient and modern historians are confused by this episode of Roman history. Why was a group of men chosen to write down the laws given total authority over the state?
I mean, it's not too different as like a certain assembly, right? Like a certain segmented part of the lawmakers and or decision makers creating it. I don't see how that's a far-fetched.
Wouldn't their job be easier if they didn't have to run a country and wage wars at the same time? A possible solution to the riddle is that the decemvirate was intended as a permanent new system of government, and the 12 tables were only the first item on their agenda. But as is often the case, absolute power corrupted absolutely. Whatever the case, Rome was left with a set of codified laws that would proceed to dominate the legal system for centuries to come.
So that actually survives. Okay. So like the precedent of these 12 tables survive the decemvirates.
With the decemvirs gone, the plebs continued their fight for equality. They were still locked out of the highest office of state, the consulate. Ban on interclass marriage only solidified this imbalance. This ban was quickly revoked, most likely due to patricians eyeing the gold of rich plebeian families. On the other hand, the purity of the consulate was much harder fought. In 444 BCE, the consuls were replaced with consular tribunes. At first it was 3 of them, but it would eventually grow to 6.
Really?
This office is highly debated among Roman historians. Some sources claim that it was a compromise to prevent plebeians from tainting the office of consul. No pleb could be a consul if there were no consuls. Other, perhaps more convincing sources claim that at this time Rome had the need for more than 2 military commanders. In any case, the leadership of the Roman state would flip-flop seemingly at random between the consuls and the military tribunes for the next 80-odd years.
Wow.
During the first years of the conflict of the orders, a prominent figure of early Roman legend emerged. His legacy was so great that the early American settlers chose to name one of their cities after him.
Philadelphia?
Join us next time as we discuss the life of a man sometimes referred to as the Roman Washington.
Oh. Interesting. I don't know what city this is. That was a total guess. Wow. Very interesting. I did not know that they flip-flop consular tribunes to consuls back and forth. That is quite interesting. But yeah, very simple video. Understanding kind of like the role that the decemvirate played, creating the 12 tables. It lasted as far as, Cicero. So that's like probably lasted longer than that, probably all the way to the imperial regime of Augustus. So at least 400 years, right? Any other color or context, feel free to leave in the description or the comments. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out and bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're doing great. This is called Cincinnatus, History of Rome, Part 6, Magistra Vitae. Yeah, let's talk about it. So Cincinnatus in this context actually has some legacy all the way to the United States. That was actually mentioned in the last video, saying that a famous American city is actually named after the quote-unquote Washington, George Washington of the Roman Republic. And as we can tell, it's Cincinnati. I thought it was Philadelphia. I think that's more Greek, Philadelphia, the name Philadelphia. So yeah, let's see what this is all about. I'm glad you're here with me. Make sure to hit that like button, and let's see what we got.
When the tribune of the plebs, Terentilius, proposed to write down the Roman laws in 462 BCE, he was met with fierce opposition from the patricians, most prominent of whom was Caeso, a man of noble descent and great personal strength. Under his leadership, the tribunes were often driven away from the forum, and the plebeians were chased away and beaten. When the charges were brought forth against him, he fled the city. Not long after that, to the dismay of all plebs, his father was appointed dictator. Not much is said of Cincinnatus's early life. According to legend, he was born around 519 BCE, when Rome was still under the rule of Tarquinius Superbus. He was only a boy when the king was expelled and the monarchy abolished. Cincinnatus belongs to the first generation of Romans that don't remember the tyranny of the kings, and that will have to fight the temptation of power for the sake of the republic. Historical records first mention Cincinnatus as one of the men testifying in his son's defense. While chasing the plebs away from the forum, Caeso killed the brother of a former tribune. This was enough to bring him to trial. In the first recorded instance of bail, he was released from prison.
In the first recorded instance of bail. Don't let that just slip by. That's interesting. Okay.
Aware of the mountain of evidence against him, he fled to Etruria the same night. With his son failing to appear before the court, Cincinnatus was forced to sell most of his land to pay off the debt. He was left only with a small plot of land on the far side of the Tiber.
I mean, is that small? It looks pretty large to me.
From this impoverished state, his legend begins in earnest. During one of the usual Sabine invasions, Cincinnatus was elected consul. Today he is remembered as a defender of the people, but he was in fact a patrician who hated the tribunes and what they stood for.
Wow.
He blamed them and their laws for the recent misfortunes Rome had suffered. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the feeling was mutual. The tribunes saw him as just another patrician in a long line of oppressors. He blocked their proposals, and they in turn prevented him from levying any armies. They were locked in this stalemate for an entire year. Although a law was passed that no man could hold political office in consecutive years, the same tribunes were re-elected. To counter them, the patricians tried to appoint Cincinnatus as consul again. Enraged by this, he scolded them. If you are so eager to break senatorial decrees, why should the plebs follow them? Ashamed, the patricians elected new consuls, and Cincinnatus retired to his farm, but it wouldn't be long before he returned to public life. One day, while he was hard at work on his field, Cincinnatus spotted a party of men approaching in the distance. When they drew closer, he realized that the men were senators. After greeting him, they requested for him to don his toga. Surprised, he asked them if everything was all right. No, in fact, everything was not all right. The Sabines and the Equi allied and once more waged war against Rome.
And they beat them, as I remember, right? The Sabines and the Acri beat the contingents that fought. Wait, and these are consular armies. So they beat consular armies.
One of the consuls was encircled near the city by the Equi, and the other was far off fighting the Sabines, unable to assist. After putting on his robes, Cincinnatus was saluted as a dictator and quickly escorted to the city.
Wow.
After arriving to Rome, he didn't receive the warm welcome he might have hoped for. The plebs didn't forget him or his son, and they feared him, believing he was a greater threat to their freedom than the Equian party knocking on the city gate.
Wow.
Every able-bodied
Wait, what did he say?
threat to their freedom than the Equian party knocking on the city gate.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
Every able-bodied man in the city was ordered to appear in the Campus Martius, fully armed before the sunset. When the army was ready, they set off at great speed. The consul had been encircled for 3 days now, and
Okay, so maybe they haven't lost yet. I'm thinking of something else. Maybe something that happened prior is what I'm thinking of.
every second counted. They reached their target before midnight. After seeing Roman standards appearing in the distance, the consular army was reinvigorated. Attacks commenced from both sides and the Equi surrendered before daybreak. Desiring no unnecessary bloodshed, Cincinnatus allowed the men to return home, but not before humiliating them by forcing them to pass under a yoke constructed of 3 spears. He returned to the city in triumph, mere 15 days after taking the office.
Now that, legend if it is, legend if it's not, is insane. 15 days in, you've already accomplished what you set to accomplish?
The next day he forced Volscius, a man whose brother was allegedly killed by Caeso, to plead guilty to perjury and go into exile. After clearing the family name, Cincinnatus resigned and once more retired to his farm. With enemies defeated and external threats extinguished, the plebs continued their internal struggles. The Decemvirs came and went and the 12 tables were written, but this didn't satisfy the plebs, and their fight for equality continued. This is when our protagonist enters the story one last time. In the year 439 BCE, a great
So he's 80-ish?
famine struck Rome once more. The Senate tried to purchase grain, but it was too expensive, and the people were destined to starve again. Spurius Melius, a very wealthy man of great ambition, saw his opportunity. He purchased the grain from Etruria at extortionate prices and handed it out for free. He won the
Okay, that's a way about... I mean, nothing's free, so something's gonna happen because of this. I guarantee you.
hearts of the plebs and overnight became one of the most popular men in Rome. Wherever he went, the masses followed and praised him.
Popularis.
Witnessing this, he believed himself to be above the law and began entertaining a dangerous idea. Why would he, so popular with the people, be a mere consul when he could be king?
They don't like kings. This is suicide.
Putting his plan into motion, he began stashing weapons and bribing plebeian leaders. When the Senate caught wind of this, they went into a frenzy and appointed Cincinnatus, by now a man in his 80s, a dictator for the second time.
Oh no.
He was the only man in the city who surpassed Melius in both fame and popularity. Acting fast, Cincinnatus sent his master of horse to fetch Melius. Refusing the summons from a dictator, Melius was justly slain where he stood.
Wow.
The people were understandably angry at the death of a man who saved them from starvation.
So, if you do not come under ask of a dictator, you are rightly slain? Interesting.
Cincinnatus explained that he was not killed for his alleged criminal activity, but simply for refusing to come before a dictator.
So a petty crime is why he was killed.
He then ordered his house to be destroyed and left as a perpetual reminder to any man who fancied himself as king.
Wow.
His gold and grain were freely distributed to the plebs, which certainly helped to pacify them.
It's funny because dictator's kind of like a loophole to be a king, right? So it's kind of funny.
With this, the political order was restored, and he relinquished the power bestowed upon him for the second and final time. Exact details of Cincinnatus's life were, like most of the stories of the early republic, lost to history. we can assume that his legend was altered by future historians who aim to show Cincinnatus as a bigger-than-life figure. Although he is praised throughout history for voluntarily giving up the mantle of a dictator and with
So, yeah, I can see how he's like the George Washington, since George Washington, of course, gave up after 2 terms.
it unlimited power, he was neither the first nor the last man to do so in Roman history. What made Cincinnatus special was giving up the power not for the hatred of monarchs, but for the love of the Republic. Stories were imagined to show him as a perfect Roman, a man diligently working his field until Rome calls for him. He does the job that is required of him without hesitation and promptly returns to his farm. Romans of the early Imperium would often remark, the greatest man of his time was found working his field and not eating figs from a sofa. When American General George Washington won the Revolutionary War, many of his compatriots expected him to crown himself king. Instead, he stepped down voluntarily and showed support for the emerging republic. For his love of the republic, he was often called American Cincinnatus, and a town was named in his honor.
I wonder, though, a lot of people like to speculate, and this is a tangent, but a lot of people like to speculate that if George Washington did become king, we would have a monarch to this day, which is completely without lens of history, given that there was so many revolutions in Europe in 1820, 32, 48, just to name a few. There would have been more likely a European-style revolution here in the States, probably coupled with the Civil War slavery idea at the same time. It would not have lasted. If it did last, it would have been somewhat similar to how we use the constitutional monarchy for the UK.
Join us next time as we discuss one of the early republic's greatest victories, which in turn set the stage for its greatest defeat.
So the next video is going to be called The Fall of the Etruscans, which is like the biggest power in Italia at this time. Let's see what it's all about next time. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. Let's talk real quick before we go about Cincinnatus. It seems like he's larger than life type figure. I think the whole moral of this video is like we had an individual that became dictator several times, but he actually did the job and then got out of the way. So it's more like a, if it's legend, it's legend. If it's not legend, interesting. Very cool guy. Let me know if you guys think this guy was real and if he did these things. Of course, we're so far back in history. There's no way to really know this stuff, especially with the little evidence we have. But once again, thank you guys for being here. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. Well, we have Magistra Vitae, Fall of the Etruscans, History of Rome, Part 7. The Etruscans, of course, is this larger regional power of Italia, north of the Latin League, north of Rome. They've kind of been, you know, sometimes allies, sometimes not allies, it seems, in the last bits of the earliest part of the Roman Republic. We'll see what happens today in this video. I'm expecting a full-on war, so we'll see what happens. Glad you're here. Hit that like button, and let's jump right in.
People watched in awe as 306 men of the Fabii clan marched out of the city. Rome was facing pressure from all
Jeez. Okay.
sides, so the Fabii family took the fight against Veii and the Etruscans on themselves. They decided to both finance and personally fight to protect the northern borders. Never in Roman history did such a small army receive such wide praise. For years, the Fabii were successful in repelling the Veientines. The mightiest town in Etruria didn't present a challenge for them, and they grew overconfident. In their arrogance, they marched carelessly over the enemy's territory when they were ambushed in the Battle of Cremera. Although they fought vigorously and almost turned the tide of the battle, they were overcome by the sheer force of numbers. It's said that all 306 Fabii were cut down on that day. Only one boy, too young to fight,
It seems like a legend, but we'll see.
survived to carry the family name. Fidenae was a trading outpost on the south side of the Tiber, founded by Etruscans. Control of this town brought with it control of the Via Salaria, or
Oh, it's just important route.
the Salt Road, and the trade along the river. During the regal period, Fidenae changed hands multiple times, but it was now firmly under Roman control. Seeing Rome embroiled in war with both Volscians and the Equi, Fidenae revolted and sided with Veii. For Rome, this represented an existential threat, and they had to retake the town. Backed by Veii, Fidenae was a fierce opponent and the war dragged on for years. Eventually, though, in 435 BCE, the town was recaptured and fell back under Roman control. This war left Rome in an unfavorable position. Exhausted and unable to defend itself, the city was easy pickings. Curiously, Veii didn't capitalize on this opportunity. Lack of any Etruscan attacks at this time would suggest that they were also dealing with some sort of internal pressures and were unable to act. The ultimate clash between Veii and Rome was inevitable. Salt beds at the mouth of the Tiber were a reliable source of revenue.
Of course, salt, remember, salt's such a huge important thing to preserve food. It's not just a spice. It's right, they're using it to preserve food. I'm pretty sure they were using it in other ways too, but that's a huge commodity here.
And neither city wanted to give it up. Arrival of the Volscians and subsequent disruption of the trade routes with Magna Graecia meant that only one economic hub could be sustained in this part of Italy. Finally, both cities were growing rapidly and had the need for more land. In Rome, the patricians wanted poor plebs out of the city, and the plebs just wanted some land to sustain themselves. In spite of all of this, an uneasy truce was signed between the two towns. In the last decades of the 5th century BCE, attacks from the Volscians and the Equi tapered off. Roman endurance finally prevailed, or perhaps famine and pestilence took their toll. In any case, the Romans finally managed to catch their breath. They had recovered both financially and militarily, and were again ripe for new conquests. When the truce with Veii finally expired, Romans looked for any excuse to deal with their unwanted neighbors. An insult from the Veientine Senate in 406 BCE was enough to start a conflict that would see the end of Etruscan dominance in central Italy. The city of Veii was surrounded by cliffs from 3 sides.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. You can't really penetrate that, can you?
A narrow passage on the north side was the only way in or out of the city, and that passage was heavily fortified. Veii proved to be unassailable, and the Romans were forced into a lengthy siege. In anticipation of the Roman attack, the city was sufficiently provisioned, and
I wonder, another tangent, I wonder how sieges really went way back then, at this point. Like, did they still build siege towers, or is it just more like, let's starve them out?
able to endure the siege. The Romans had short campaigning seasons, as most of the soldiers were farmers who had to work their fields to survive.
Yeah.
When October rolled around, the Senate was unwilling to lift the siege and lose all progress. Instead, they took an extraordinary measure. Soldiers were given a salary for the first time in order
Wow. Well, that's interesting. So new precedent started.
to wage war year-round. The tribunes were outraged and refused to pay the war tax. But when the people saw senators happily paying their dues, nobody wanted to be seen in not supporting the army, and the tax was collected.
Ah, it becomes very patriotic to it.
This was the first step on a road leading directly to the death of the Republic.
I mean, you can say that, but I guess you can say that, but I mean, I don't see it as a detriment, right?
The Romans besieged Veii for years. Every direct attack was easily repulsed, and Veii was showing no sign of surrendering anytime soon. On numerous occasions, the Romans tried to build wooden ramparts that would allow them to scale the walls and defeat the enemy from within.
Okay.
But these efforts were thwarted by Veientine raiders, who would sneak out at night and burn the ramparts to the ground. The morale in the army began to waver. The salary was unable to keep the soldiers from sliding into poverty. Their farms, uncultivated for years, began to fall into disrepair.
Yeah, that's the hard things, and this is true all the way. I think it was either Tiberius or Gaius Gracchi would call this out in the future about the farms of soldiers, just the land being just monopolized and slave labor, and it just creates a void into despair for one's own personal wealth because of the life of a soldier.
In hopes of turning their fortunes around, the Senate appointed Marcus Furius Camillus dictator. Elected as a military tribune 3 times during this war, he proved himself as a capable military commander. He would be named dictator for the unprecedented 5 times. His legacy was so great that he was even proclaimed the second founder of Rome.
Watch out! Don't get too hasty with those titles.
But for now, his task was to bring this prolonged conflict to a quick end. Camillus knew that a direct assault on the city was impossible. Instead, he ordered his men to dig a tunnel beneath the city walls.
Oh.
The army was divided into 6 groups, and they worked around the clock, without intermission, until a tunnel was dug from the Roman camp to the temple inside the city. To avoid any suspicion, the Romans would periodically attack the city gates. When the tunnel was ready, a full-scale assault on the city began, whilst a small contingent of men was sent through the tunnel, with orders to open the gates from within. Watching the whole Roman army charging at their walls kept the Veientines from realizing what was going on. Once the gates were opened and the army poured into the city, it was all over.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Strategic. I would just think that tunnel would collapse. I guess like they were pretty smart at mining, because they had their mining's definitely a thing at this time. So that's the thing about a lot of Roman soldiers, is they were multifaceted. They weren't just soldiers, and this makes perfect sense, right? Because the salary was just introduced, so they're farmers first. These people might also be miners. They might also be, you know, just workers in general prior to this. So stuff like this seems secondhand to a lot of people.
Veii was razed to the ground and the population enslaved. A siege that lasted for years was brought to a close within 6 months of Camillus taking office.
Wow.
Although the official records state that the war lasted for 10 years, no doubt taking inspiration from Homer's Trojan War.
Yeah, also has some Trojan War-esque like feel to it, like getting inside the gate somehow. Yeah, you never know. Like the parallels are very similar.
The historical records put the length of the conflict at 6 to 7 years.
Okay.
Returning victorious to the city, Camillus was granted a triumph. In his arrogance, he entered the city while riding on a chariot pulled by 4 white horses. This was one of the marks of the kings, and the people quickly turned against him.
See, I told you. Don't get too hasty.
The only thing that Romans hated more than their neighbors were kings. All of this would have been water under the bridge had he not made an even greater mistake. He announced that all soldiers were required to hand over 1/10 of the plunder,
Oh, brother.
which would be dedicated to the gods.
Oh.
Now even the army turned against him, and Camillus was banished from the city. It wouldn't be long before the Romans wished Camillus was back at the head of the army.
Because they're gonna lose.
The Battle of Cremera, described at the start of this video, oddly resembles the sacrifice of King Leonidas and his 300 Spartans. Perhaps some Roman authors wanted to show that the Greeks were not the only patriots, willing to give their life for their country. But one interesting bit of historical evidence does present itself. In the years before the battle, members of the Fabii family were often elected to serve as consuls and military tribunes. But in the years after the battle, there is a noticeable lack of any Fabii man holding office. This absence was stopped when the only surviving boy came of age and could finally hold office. Ruins of Veii remained hidden until aerial photos revealed a discolored patch of grass 10 or so miles north of Rome. Further archaeological excavations revealed a once mighty city that lay buried for 2 millennia.
Wow.
Interestingly, drainage tunnels were discovered beneath the city. Most of these were packed with rock and debris to block the passage. It's hard not to presume that the Romans found one of these tunnels, emptied it out, and stormed the city by surprise. The Etruscan
Interesting.
League was not a classical military alliance. It was more of a loose confederation of independent trading partners. Migration of Celts into the north of Italy put further pressure on the whole league. Rise of Syracuse in the south put pressure on Veii's ally Carthage, who was unable to send aid, and Veii stood alone against the might of Rome. Combination of these factors, with a sprinkle of Roman ingenuity, allowed them to prevail in this prolonged conflict. The Celts that settled in the Po Valley began to move further south. With Veii defeated, the road to Rome stood undefended. Join us next time as we discuss the destruction of Rome and its second founding.
Okay, I did not know about this. This is gonna be crazy. The Gallic sack of Rome is coming up. But this was an interesting one. Yeah, it does resemble a little bit of Troy, but in its own regard, I mean, with the archaeological evidence that he noted, it seemed like it was true. The Veii, and then it's just an interesting part of Roman history. It always seems that the leader of whomever is leading Rome just it just keeps getting hungrier. He just keeps getting hungrier for power, which is just to its detriment a self-inflicted demise. But Rome is continuously just metastasizing power here. The Etruscan League is diminishing by way of migration and Latin influence, and it seems that the writing is going to be on the wall very soon that Rome is going to be the player here. However, it looks like they're going to have a hiccup coming up. But nevertheless, thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate every single one of you as always. I say that at the end of every video, but I really, really do mean it. Hope you have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing Magistra Vitae. I always say that. This is the Gallic sack of Rome. I believe this is right after the fall of the Etruscans. So we're about to see what's going to go down. Glad you're here with me. Hope you're doing well. Let's go.
Before unleashing his forces on Veii, Camillus offered a prayer to the gods. For his help in this assault, Apollo was promised 1/10 of all plunder looted from the city. But in the commotion that ensued, the soldiers failed to fulfill that promise.
I can already say there's going to be this sack that's going to happen, the Gallic sack, is going to be retribution for dishonoring Apollo.
Returning to the city, Camillus ordered all soldiers to hand over 1/10 of their plunder. The Romans knew better than to insult the gods, and with a heavy heart, they obliged. When Camillus then proclaimed that 1/10 of all seized land would also be devoted to the gods, the citizens felt that this was a step too far, and they revolted against him. Rather than facing an embarrassing trial, Camillus abandoned the city and went into exile, but not before offering another prayer to the gods. If he was suffering wrongfully as an innocent man, they should make his ungrateful countrymen regret his departure.
So that's where it lays.
The Celts, or as the Romans preferred, the Gauls, were a group of Indo-European peoples situated in Central Europe. Beginning in the 6th century BCE, they began moving south over the Alps. They settled in the Po Valley, squeezing the Etruscans out in the process. In the Roman world, this area would later be known as Cisalpine Gaul, or Gaul on this side of the Alps. Surviving Roman descriptions of the Celts don't paint them in a favorable light. They were seen as savages lacking taste for finer things. Uncultured and undisciplined, they gorged themselves on food and drink. Their simple lives consisted of only war and agriculture. On the other hand, archaeological evidence shows that the Celts had extraordinary skill when it comes to metalwork and crafts. Alongside beautifully crafted objects, some technological innovations, like iron horseshoes, could be found.
So really good at metallurgy.
The Celts were unarguably fierce warriors. Their traditions of applying war paint and screaming battle cries while charging down the enemy line would terrify any army unlucky enough to face them. In 391 BCE, reports of a large Gallic party moving south reached Rome. Envoys were sent to investigate these rumors. The Senones, led by Brennus, were encamped near Clusium, ready for battle. The story goes that the tribes were lured by large quantities of wine stored in the city. The diplomatic means were unsuccessful, but seeing Rome was in great danger from these barbarians, the envoys fought side by side with Clusian defenders. This was perceived as a great insult. Diplomatic nature of the mission strictly forbids the envoys from intervening in foreign affairs. The Gauls retreated from the battle and set their sights on Rome. They sent a request for the envoys to be surrendered, but in their endless wisdom, the Romans chose to elect them as military tribunes. Furious, Brennus decided to march on Rome. This is the official story. However, there is some evidence to show that the Senones were mercenaries financed by the tyrant of Syracuse,
Interesting.
Dionysius. They were ordered to occupy Rome while he dealt with their ally Messina. In any case, an army of angry Gauls, approximately 30,000 strong, was on its way to Rome. Great panic ensued in Rome. Their best general was exiled and the army unprepared. It is estimated that 2 legions, or around 12,000 men, were levied, making this the biggest Roman army so far.
Wow.
They marched out of the city and met the Gauls near a small river Alia. Having considerably less men, the Roman commanders had to stretch the line to avoid encirclement. More experienced, heavily armored troops were placed in the center, while the poorly equipped men were on the flanks. The line was stretched far too thinly, and the Roman resolve broke almost immediately after making contact with the enemy. The flanks flew into a complete
And they were surrounded.
rout, leaving the center to be encircled and slayed. Most of the force fled to abandoned ruins of Veii, while a small band of men from the right flank bolted straight for Rome. Terrified, they left the walls unguarded, and the city gates wide open behind them. Those citizens that didn't flee from the city followed the soldiers to the citadel on the Capitoline Hill and barricaded themselves inside.
I forget that there would probably be a citadel in Rome. I don't think about that enough.
When the Gauls reached the city, they were perplexed by the lack of any defense on the walls. They believed that the Romans set up a trap for them inside and refused to enter for an entire day. When a scouting party reported that there was no trap whatsoever, they entered the city and surrounded the citadel. Seeing there is no way for them to dislodge the Romans, they settled for a lengthy siege and began looting the city.
Well, this was interesting.
Everything that wasn't firmly secured to the ground was taken away.
Oh god, it's a reverse triumph.
A fire was started inside the city. It raged on for days and indiscriminately destroyed large portions of the city. The Gauls would periodically send out raiding parties into the countryside. There they encountered Camillus, who was living at Ardea. His small force of Latins was more than a match for unprepared raiders, and they were easily defeated. As days turned into months, both sides began to suffer. The Romans inside the citadel were starving, and the Gauls, accustomed to low temperatures of northern Europe, started dying from the heat.
Really?
Disease was running rampant both inside and outside of the citadel. In these miserable times, another legendary figure of early Roman legend emerged. During the siege, a large number of Romans were gathering in Veii. Only thing they were missing now was a capable military commander, and they decided to summon Camillus from his banishment. But, being sticklers for the law, they first needed approval from the Senate. The only problem was that
The Senate's in Rome.
they were still trapped inside the citadel. A young soldier volunteered himself to sneak into the citadel and request permission from the senators. He found a steep rock that was left unguarded and climbed into the citadel. After hearing the man out, the senators agreed to acquit Camillus and nominate him dictator. The soldier left the citadel the same way he entered.
I love how they have an order of operations and due process even in this. It's crazy how organized they are even in this chaos. Might be legend.
But unfortunately, he was spotted scaling the walls.
Oh no.
In the dead of night, a Gallic party was sent up that way. This would have spelled disaster if it weren't for the sacred geese of Juno, who abided at the top of the Capitoline. The geese were disturbed by the Gauls, and the clamor they produced awoke Marcus Manlius, later named Capitolinus, for his defense of the Capitoline.
Wow.
He sprung into action and successfully defended the walls, until he was joined by the rest of the garrison. Famine began to take its toll. The guards grew so weak that they were unable to hold their arms while on duty. Eventually, it was agreed that the Romans would pay 1,000 pounds of gold to the Gauls so they would leave the city. While measuring the gold, tribunes noticed that the scale was tampered with and objected. In response, Brennus threw his sword onto the scale and proclaimed, "Woe to the vanquished." While the Gauls were packing up the gold and preparing to leave, Camillus appeared with his forces.
Uh-oh.
In the battle that ensued, Roman victory was so complete that not a single Gaul survived to tell the story. It's interesting that surviving Roman retellings of these events were altered with this divine intervention from
Yeah, history's told by the victor, so I guess they could have put whatever they wanted to if that was true.
Camillus. This sack left Romans traumatized and in fear of Gauls, until Julius Caesar defeated them 350 years later. This event was so prominent in the Roman imagination that when the Emperor Claudius filled the Senate with Gauls in 48 CE, they were compared with Brennus and his marauders. From this day forth, Rome entered an unprecedented era. In an ancient world full of warfare, cities would be captured and recaptured multiple times. But among them, one city, the Eternal City, stood above the rest. Numerous enemies entered the Italian Peninsula with the singular goal of taking the city, but they were always unsuccessful. It wasn't until mighty Alaric and his Visigoths 850 years later that the city would finally be taken again. For all the physical damage Rome
A way weaker Rome. It's not like he could have took Rome in 50 BC or 100 AD.
had suffered on that day, the psychological toll was far greater. perception of invulnerability that lasted from the days of the early Republic was shattered. Traditional Roman historians dated the first sack of Rome to 390 BC. They used magisterial action records that were often incomplete. When modern historians cross-referenced more accurate Greek records, they concluded that the sack happened in 387 or 386 BCE.
It happened. It happened.
Although the date of the sack is still uncertain, this event marks a turning point in Roman history. Most, if not all, historical records were lost in the fire. Stories that were passed down to us were retold and reimagined many times before they were finally written down. We have now covered the period of historical legends, and the stories we tell from now on will mostly be based on facts.
Wow.
From this low point, the Romans would quickly recover and again challenge for regional dominance.
So that's where we get the next video, the second founding of Rome, because it's founded in historical fact after this fire. So things are falling into place, the puzzle pieces are. I'm understanding things. Wow. Interesting video. Love this channel, by the way. I'm just kind of like, my eyes are frozen on this screen just because it's such a fun channel to just watch. Thank you guys so much for watching with me. I will see you guys in the next video. Make sure you subscribe to Magistra Vitae. Peace out. Bye-bye. Well. The second founding of Rome. Of course, Rome was just sacked. And because of the sacking, a lot of historical documentation might have been lost. So this is called the second founding of Rome, where historical record begins. As Magistra Vitae said in the previous video, this is mostly fact here on out. 390 BC. Let's go.
Sack of Rome. Following the first sack of Rome in 390 BC, the city stood in ruins. A fire that was started by the Gauls destroyed most, if not all, buildings in the city. Surrounded by the ashes, people could ask only one question: to leave and forget, or to stay and rebuild. While the Senate was discussing this
What an interesting fork in the road there, too. Like, imagine if they say, nah, let's go down south or something. That's just an interesting butterfly effect.
issue, a troop of soldiers were returning from patrol. When they reached the forum, the lead centurion proclaimed, "Hold, standard bearer, it will be best for us to stop here." Ever superstitious, the senators took this as a clear omen from the gods. The matter was settled. Romans will not leave their homes and repairs would commence immediately. Following his victory over the Gauls, Camillus was proclaimed Romulus, the second founder of the city. Although the barbarian army had perished, the city was still in danger. Tribunes of the plebs urged the people to abandon Rome and move to Veii. "Why," they said, "should we rebuild these ruins if abandoned yet perfectly good homes stood in Veii?" The people, exhausted by the lengthy siege, were in favor of this proposal. Camillus, recognizing the danger of these words, refused to lay down his dictatorship. His first order of business was purifying and restoring the temples and the holy grounds desecrated by the Gauls. He then instituted Capitoline Games to celebrate Roman victory. These games would be held even in the time of the empire. After dealing with religious matters, Camillus turned to the tribunes and the people. His impassioned speech about staying in Rome
good, Veii bad.
Everyone that listened to it, and public opinion changed. It was then that the omen was sent to the senators and the matter was finally settled. What followed was a frantic process of rebuilding. People grabbed whatever building materials they could find laying around and started building wherever they saw fit. Roman camps and settlements were famous for their grid layouts, straight streets, and right angles. But Rome itself couldn't be farther from this. The city that grew from the ashes was a tangled mess with winding streets and scattered neighborhoods. The general layout could still be
Now, Roman colonies, on the other hand, were pretty templated.
recognizable to this day, more than 2.5 millennia later. The famous Servian Wall, although attributed to the king Servius Tullius, was also built at this time. The walls would soon lose their strategic importance, as the overcrowded city started overflowing around them. But some small sections of the walls survive to this day.
I wish he would mention the population at the time. Curious what the population after the sack of Rome or in the future would be.
A famous expression states, "Rome wasn't built in a day." but the historical core of the city was certainly built within this generation. Rebuilding of the city was further hampered by the ancient enemies hoping to kick Rome while it was down. Every so often the people had to drop everything they were doing to defend the city. The Equians, the Hernicans, the Volscians, the Etruscans, and even the Latins, still bitter over the defeat at the Battle of Lake Regillus, rose up and challenged Rome. But with Camillus at the head of the legions, every enemy was swiftly dealt with, and the Romans could return to their work. With all this rebuilding taking place, people started defaulting on their loans. The debt crisis, the mainstay of Roman politics, reared its ugly head once more. This time the people found their champion among the patricians. Marcus Manlius Capitolinus, who defended the capital during the siege, was angry that Camillus was hogging all the glory from that victory. He recognized that the people were his opportunity for taking control over the city. He started repaying the loans of defaulting debtors and offering interest-free loans to anyone who asked.
How nice of him.
This made him an instant celebrity with the plebs. His following grew large enough to threaten peace in the city. He began inciting them to rebel against the Senate and the consular tribunes.
All right, now calm down.
He was repeatedly proclaiming that the plebs had strength in numbers and could easily overtake the patricians. This
Are they going to occupy that dang hill again?
was a step too far, and he was tried for treason. Famously, his trial was held in the shadow of the Capitoline, where only a few years prior he earned his nickname Capitolinus. When the charges were brought against him, he extended his arm to the Capitol and reminded the people of his actions on that fateful night. Sensing that the people were moved by his words, the trial was adjourned and relocated to a different part of town.
Wow, that's like having a favorable jury, I guess.
The capital could not be seen. Now, unable to rouse the emotions of the people, he was sentenced to death. He was hurled from the Tarpeian Rock, ironically losing life only a couple of feet away from where he earned his acclaim.
Now that's just wrong.
Having dealt with Manlius, the Romans were free to continue their wars. Whether it was dealing with the rebelling colonies, treacherous allies, or longtime enemies, Romans would time and time again turn to Camillus. Although an old man by now, his charisma and tactical brilliance were still unparalleled in the city, and his string of victories continued. Whilst the armies were successful in the field, trouble was again brewing at home. A prominent patrician, Marcus Fabius Ambustus, had two daughters. The elder daughter was married to a patrician and the younger to a plebeian. The younger daughter grew envious of her older sister, as she would never enjoy the same respect, only due to her husband's humble origins. Ambustus was determined to end this imbalance once and for all. He allied with her husband Gaius Licinius and Lucius Sextius, both prominent young men but plebeians by birth. The three of them were set on opening the consulship for the plebs. Licinius and Sextius got themselves elected as tribunes of the plebs and started pushing for change. Three items were on their agenda. The first aimed at resolving the debt crisis by limiting the interest payments on loans.
Okay.
The second was aimed at limiting the amount of land held by any one person.
Okay.
The third, and most important, was
Whew, that middle one.
to permanently stop elections of consular tribunes and allow the election of plebeians to the office of consul. This third law would guarantee political equality between the classes. Passing any one of these laws would be a monumental achievement, but passing all three was near impossible. For 10 years in a row, Licinius and Sextius were elected tribunes of the people. They used their power of veto freely, and for 5 years prevented elections of other consular tribunes. Public life in Rome was brought to a standstill. The first two laws were eventually passed, but the third was fought hardest by the patricians. It was in their 10th year in office, in 367 BCE, that Camillus was appointed dictator for the fifth and final time.
My God, this guy's still alive.
A large band of Gauls have again descended down the Italian Peninsula. This time the Romans were ready, and the barbarians were easily routed. Returning to Rome, he sided with the plebs and persuaded the Senate to yield the popular demand. The final law was passed, and Lucius Sextius was elected as the first plebeian consul.
Wow.
As a compromise, the office of praetor was created. Praetors were in charge of running the city while the consuls were away leading the army, and for now they were exclusively patricians. This is the final time Marcus Furius Camillus will make an appearance in our story. He would die only a few years later in a plague that decimated the Roman population. It's believed that this standoff between the patricians and the tribunes was imagined by later authors who were inspired by events of their times, namely the Gracchi brothers, who used their veto powers to enact reforms in favor of the people.
Yeah, the Gracchi brothers, Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus, they both were martyrs for the plebs. And they died horrendously and unfairly, unjustly. It's a power struggle, an internal civil war of the power. Interesting. That's an interesting one.
They used this episode as an excuse for missing magisterial election records used for dating past events. Lex Licinia Sextia, as these laws would later be known, is also questioned. Modern analysis shows that almost 1/3 of the consuls prior to this event were plebs, although there is a noticeable increase of plebeian consuls after 367 BCE. However, the existence of a later law stating that one of the consuls must be a pleb, passed in 342 BCE, is not disputed.
Oh.
Through his 6 consular tribuneships and unprecedented 5 dictatorships, Camillus was unquestionably the leader of Rome.
Marius had 7 consulars, right? Does it go Marius Camillus? I know Camillus would be rooted in legend and fact. Is there one that surpasses the both of them that's not imperator?
His impressive resume consists of conquering Rome's greatest rival, rescuing the city from the barbarians, refusing to leave the city after the sack, and defeating countless opportunistic invaders. Although it's generally believed that later historians embellished his life and career to make him a prelude to the great Scipio of Africa, who would deliver Rome from Hannibal 150 years later. For example, his expulsion from the city is thought to be a fabrication to provide him with an alibi for not defending the city from invasion. Rome had recovered with admirable speed, from the brink of extinction to regaining its status as the dominant force in the area in only a single generation. Join us next time as we
Beautiful. Love this channel. Go subscribe to the Magistra Vitae. Yeah, Camillus, what an interesting individual, whether it be fact or rooted in myth and legend. The story is interesting. The story is great. It pays homage to the beginning of the Roman Republic. It also pays homage to like the migrations and the fights that they must had to endure to survive, whether it be the Latin League or the other individual tribes and peoples that surrounded Rome. Rome is enduring. Rome is growing. Rome is moving up the food chain. Thank you guys so much for being here. Consider subscribing. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. Magistra Vitae. We know how it goes. First Samnite War. Yeah, so like the only war we've done for this channel so far, Magistra Vitae, is the Etruscan War, where they've had like skirmishes. Well, they probably had full-on wars where they had like they fought people within the Latin League and other tribes nearby. But this is interesting because the first time I ever did anything around the Roman Republic, I talked about the Third Samnite War. But I was like, why is it the third? I don't know about the second, I don't know about the first. Here we go. Glad you're here. Let's jump right in.
Following the first sack of Rome, Gallic parties would often venture south in hopes of easy riches, but they were seldom successful. During one of these raids, an unnaturally large Gaul stepped forth and challenged any Roman to single combat. A young soldier, Marcus Valerius, descendant of the famous Publicola, stepped forward and accepted the challenge. But before the battle could commence, a raven landed on his helmet.
This is definitely legend, but let's keep watching.
A more obvious omen from the gods couldn't be asked for. With the bird's help, Valerius effortlessly defeated the Gallic champion and led the Romans in a comparably easy victory against the rest of the barbarian host.
Very comparative to like David and Goliath in terms of the homage of the story.
From this day forth, he would be known as Corvus, meaning raven. Such a claim was won on that day that the very
Let me guess, he becomes consul.
next year he was elected consul. Despite his young age,
Just like David.
being only 23 at the time. Impressive start to a career that would consist of 6 consulships and 2 dictatorships. Italian geography is dominated by the Apennine mountain range, stretching down the peninsula. These mountains were inhabited by hill tribes, speaking the Osco-Umbrian family of languages that were related to Latin.
This is good pretext.
Starting in the 5th century BCE, the tribes began abandoning the mountains in search of fertile lands near the coast. There they came into contact with the Greeks and the Romans. In 334 BC, an army from Epirus was sent to aid the Greek colonies of Magna Graecia in repelling the Lucanians. Interestingly, only 60 years later, another army from Epirus would cross the Ionian Sea to aid the colonies, this time against the Romans. But we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. Of these hill tribes, the Samnites were by far the fiercest. Most historians believe they originated as an offshoot of the Sabines. When they first started venturing south, they signed a treaty with Rome in order to deal with their common enemy, the Volscians. While the Romans were consolidating newly won territory, the Samnites started making forays into Campania.
This is like, feels like post-World War II, where you have like a common enemy, and then you keep encroaching each other until you're the only two standing.
Life on the fertile plains made Capuans soft,
And Capua is Berlin.
and they were no match for the battle-hardened tribesmen. In 343 BC, the Capuans requested help from the Romans, but being bound by the treaty, the Romans were unable to assist. Seeing there was no other way, Capua and the rest of the cities in Campania formally surrendered themselves and their lands to Rome. This was, and still is, some of the most fertile land in all of Italy.
Yeah, and we'll see so many things happen here in this valley.
With Campania under Roman control, famines that were so prevalent during the early years of the Republic would now be a thing of the past. The Senate realized
That's a good pause point right here. That's just a huge. This territory seceding to Rome has to be like a line in the stand of exponential growth because of the fertile land, and Capua, of course, being the second biggest city in the in the Republic at this point, right? It's got to be the second biggest, because Capua had been the second biggest through the Second Punic War.
and during the early years of the Republic would now be a thing of the past. The Senate realized they can't just pass up this golden opportunity, and they accepted their surrender. Envoys were sent to Samnium to inform them of these new developments and request that Samnites abstain from encroaching on Campanian territory. The Samnite court laughed at this request and, adding insult to injury, they ordered a raid on Campania in front of the envoys. When the news of these events reached Rome, war was declared against Samnium and two armies were levied. The
Two consular armies.
first, led by Marcus Valerius Corvus, encamped in Campania, and the second, led by Aulus Cornelius Cossus, marched into Samnium. Valerius was the first to make contact with the enemy. Before the battle, he gave an impassioned speech proclaiming that he wasn't elected to be their leader due to his famous ancestry, but due to his great skill in combat. This emboldened the men, and they engaged with great resolve. The fighting was fierce, as neither side would give any ground. Seeing there was no other way, Valerius charged to the front line and fought side by side with his men. Eventually, the battle started turning in Roman favor, and the Samnites flew into a complete rout. Although victorious, the Roman soldiers would admit this was the hardest fought victory of their careers. The days of fighting unorganized raiders were now over. The enemies that the Romans would face from now on would pose a far greater threat to their ambitions of empire.
Yeah, times have changed.
This victory in Campania was almost completely undone by a huge disaster in Samnium. Cornelius led his army through a narrow mountain pass. Only when the whole army entered the valley and retreat was impossible did they realize that the surrounding hills were occupied by the Samnites. Military tribune Publius Decius noticed an unoccupied peak near the enemy position. He led a small detachment of men and scaled the peak without being noticed. When they were in position, the Samnites realized they can't attack the Romans in the valley, as they themselves would be surrounded and unable to escape. This bought enough time for the consul and his men to safely retreat from the valley.
Great tactics.
Decius and his men were now left surrounded by angry Samnites, robbed of an easy victory. Instead of engaging immediately, they decided to starve out the Romans, but this would prove to be a mistake. In the dead of night, while the Samnites were fast asleep, Decius and his men tried to sneak through their lines. But one of the soldiers accidentally dropped his shield on a sleeping Samnite and awoke the guards. The Romans started shouting and cutting their way through. In this confusion, Decius didn't lose a single man he led on this suicide mission.
That reminds me so much of like when Alexander the Great was marching through Illyria and he came into, or he was going toward, I guess it wasn't Illyria. I'm not sure technically where it would be, but he was marching and then he was on the other side of the river in this valley. And then everyone just was like watching him. And then while they were sleeping, they crossed.
Arriving at the camp, the small detachment of men was greeted with cheering and thunderous applause. When Cornelius launched into a speech praising Decius, he was interrupted. Decius urged him to skip the formalities and attack the Samnites while they were in this state of confusion. The council agreed and the army rushed out of the camp. Most of the Samnites were still scattered around the valley, some unable to find arms to protect themselves. They were easily routed and their camp was plundered. Amidst the celebration, Decius was presented with the unprecedented 2 grass crowns, one from the army he rescued and one from the small detachment of men he led to safety.
I don't even know what that means.
The grass crown was the highest honor a Roman soldier could receive.
Oh.
It was presented to a commander whose actions saved an entire legion or an army.
Is it like Imperator?
The grass crown was presented by the army that was saved by the commander, which made it the rarest military honor in Rome. Seldom did the proud Roman soldiers admit that they were saved by anything other than their own courage and resolve. Furious with these defeats, the Samnites gathered all the routed forces and once more marched into Campania. Valerius, leading the whole Roman army, encamped near Suessula. They were limited by the surrounding terrain and thus built an unusually small camp. When the Samnites, by now accustomed to Roman military doctrine, approached the camp, they assumed that the force inside was fairly small. They encircled the camp and sent out foraging parties. When the Romans noticed scattered Samnites running aimlessly around the fields, they rushed out and utterly defeated the unprepared enemy. Livy reports that some 40,000 men perished on that day. With this, the First Samnite War came to a close.
That was quick.
Returning to the city, both consuls celebrated the triumph and special honors were awarded to Decius. These victories were so notable that the Carthaginians sent a delegation to congratulate the Senate and present them with the golden crown that was placed in the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. On the request from their allies, garrisons were placed in Capua and Suessa to protect them from any further Samnite incursions. It will not shock you to learn that Livy took many creative liberties with this story. The surrender of the Capuans to the Roman Senate greatly resembles the Corcyrian debate, described in Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War, when Corcyria allied with Athens to defeat Corinth. It's unlikely that the Samnites could so utterly defeat the wealthy cities of Campania that they would have to resort to these dire measures. It's believed that the ancient historians were inspired by the events we will soon cover in this series, when Capua betrayed Rome and after a lengthy siege unconditionally surrendered. This reimagining also gave Rome a convenient excuse for breaking a treaty with Samnium. Furthermore, the events of the war seem to be largely fictional as well. They bore a great resemblance to other, more famous set pieces from later wars. Both the First and the Second Samnite War start with the invasion of Samnium by a consul named Cornelius. The trapped Roman army resembles the disaster
That's crazy.
of the Caudine Forks from the Second Samnite War, and the intervention of Decius resembles the sacrifice of 300 men led by a military tribune that saved the Roman army during the First Punic
It's
War.
convoluted.
These numerous inconsistencies led some historians to believe that the First Samnite War didn't happen at all, but current historians do agree that the war must have happened, although the extent of it is unknown. It's doubtful that any Roman historian would imagine events so unfavorable to Rome. Also, we can assume that strong Roman presence in Campania wouldn't go unnoticed by the Samnites. Having said this, we should return to our story. Soldiers wintering in Campania grew jealous of easy life on the fertile plains, and dangerous whispers began to spread throughout the garrison. Why wouldn't the brave people of Rome, who defended this land, enjoy what this land could offer them? When the consul caught wind of this, he tried to put down this rebel by transferring soldiers to Rome and other encampments. Unfortunately, this had the opposite effect. The conspirators realized they were in grave danger and assembled on the Alban Hill. Only thing they were missing now was a capable military commander. Arrogant soldiers refused to submit to any man of equal rank. During these quarrels, they heard a rumor that an old general, Titus Quinctius, retired to a farm not far from the hill. A delegation was sent to him, and with a little persuasion, convinced him to lead this rebellion.
So there's a rebellion after the fact.
Then, with their new leadership, the army marched out towards Rome. They were intercepted 8 miles south of the city by Marcus Valerius Corvus, who had been nominated dictator to stop them. When the two armies met, Valerius refused to draw his sword against his fellow Romans. He implored them to step down and abandon this foolish cause. When Titus Quinctius then joined the dictator in condemning these acts, the soldiers snapped out of their madness and laid down their arms. Valerius requested pardon for the soldiers, and not a single man was hurt in retribution.
Oh, that's crazy good.
Even Livia
I didn't expect that.
acknowledges that the ancient sources do not agree on events that perspired after the end of the First Samnite War. Only thing they could agree with was the fact that there was a rebellion and that it was quickly subdued. When the next campaigning season started, L. Aemilius Mamercus, who was consul for that year, raised an army and marched into Samnium. He encountered no resistance, so the soldiers started ravaging the fields. Samnite envoys came to him to request peace, and he referred them to the Senate. The envoys presented their demands, and the Senate, weary of war, agreed to reinstate the peace treaty. With this, the army was withdrawn to Rome. The Latins and the Campanians, who had already raised their armies, felt that this treaty didn't concern them, and together they marched into Samnium. The Samnites believed this was in breach of the treaty, and requested that the Romans order their subjects to withdraw. Romans agreed to recall the Campanians, but said they had no power over the Latins, who could do as they pleased. Ramifications of this reply were twofold. Firstly, it insulted the Samnites, and secondly, it gave the Latins the idea that the Romans were scared of ordering them around. Sensing that the time was ripe to demand equal rights in the alliance, the Latins turned from Samnium and marched towards Rome. Join us next time as we discuss the Latin War and the eventual subjugation of the Latins.
Interesting. I did not realize that would happen. You can see the ever so evolving territory increases with Campania. Eventually, Latin influence will just go away. It'll become Roman influence. And then Samnium eventually will also fall. Love this evolving, crazy, series that we started with Magistra Vitae. Beautiful, beautiful animation, great storytelling. It gives you some pre-context to the future events. Thank you guys so much for being here, as always. Leave some video suggestions down below. I'll catch you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're doing great. Magistra Vitae. We're at number 11 already. We just saw the Samnium War, the First Samnite War. Now we have the Latin War. So what's going on in the Latin League? Let's find out together.
Before Marcus Valerius earned his nickname Corvus by defeating a large Gaul with the help of a raven, an oddly similar event took place. In 361 BC, the Romans were defending a bridge against the Gauls in the Battle of the River Anio. Neither side was willing to commit to crossing the bridge, as that would put them at a great disadvantage. An unnaturally large Gaul marched onto the bridge and challenged any Roman to single combat. The sheer sight of him was enough to scare even the bravest man, and the foremost men of the Republic stood in silence. Sensing an opportunity to write his name in the history books, a young man, Titus Manlius, accepted the challenge and faced the brute alone. In one of the memorable duels of the Republic, he leveraged his speed and agility to defeat a far stronger enemy. From his body, Manlius took only a single necklace. This earned him the nickname Torquatus, meaning adorned with a chain, and his place among the pantheon of Roman heroes.
Brutus, Cincinnatus, Capilonius, Geovia, Romulus, Pulicola, Cocles, Camillus, Torquatus. Okay.
After the defeat in the Battle of Suessula, the Samnites sued for peace. The Romans, by now weary of war, agreed to reinstate the treaty between them. Their allies, however, didn't think that this treaty referred to them, and marched into Samnium under the Latin leadership. The Samnites took offense with this and requested that the Romans stop this invasion, but they refused to intervene. Latins saw this as an admission of weakness and decided that the time was ripe for renegotiating their place in the alliance. For years now, the Latins were equal participants in all the wars, but they received little glory and even fewer spoils. As they made up half the Roman army, they saw themselves as equals to Romans. The meetings of the Latin League were held in secret, where they were discussing further course of action, but the news of these proceedings still reached Rome. Leaders of the Latin League were promptly summoned to appear before the Senate. It was agreed that the Latins would demand that one of the consuls be elected from their number, and that half the senators are Latins from now on.
Dang, it's almost like in I forget when it was. Was it the Pyrrhic War? When Capua was like, one of our consuls has to be from Capua.
Lucius Annius was chosen to present these demands in Rome. He was a passionate man and he forgot himself while addressing the Senate, speaking like a conqueror and not like a protected diplomat. His speech enraged the consul Titus Manlius Torquatus, who threatened to personally kill any Latin would-be senator who dared to enter Rome. He then reminded Annius of countless Roman victories over the Latins, the destruction of Alba by King Tullus, campaigns of King Tarquinius, and the crushing defeat at the Battle of Lake Regillus. Livy informs us that during the shouting match that ensued, Annius, conveniently, slipped and hit his head on a hard rock. For Manlius, this was a sign that the gods have declared war on the Latins and that the Romans should follow suit.
Oh, interesting.
2 armies were levied and they marched out of the city in a hurry. One was led by Torquatus and the other by Lucius Decius, who earned his acclaim during the First Samnite War.
So, the maroon is the Latins, but not Rome, where they went past the Latins.
They were joined by an unlikely ally. It was clear that another war was brewing between the 2 chief powers of central Italy, the Romans and the Samnites. Both sides agreed that it would be best that the Latins were subdued, so they wouldn't even think of intervening in the inevitable conflict. The armies encamped near Capua, where the Latins and their allies, the Volsci, the Aurinci and the Campanians, were amassing their forces. In the quiet of the night, both consuls had the same vision. A godly figure appeared in their dream and announced that an army whose commander sacrificed himself in battle would prevail.
There's no way that happened, but yeah, let's go with it.
Both generals wanted this honor, so it was agreed that each of them would command one flank of the army. The consul whose side gives way first will then charge into the enemy line, thus performing devotio. Devotio was a form of ritual sacrifice in
that happens also in the Third Samnite War.
ancient Rome, in which a Roman general devoted his own life in exchange for victory. The Latins would prove to be a difficult enemy. Years of fighting side by side made the Latin army indistinguishable from the Roman. They had the same fighting style, the same tactics, and even the same language. The men knew each other personally from years of fighting together. In the heat of the battle, men could be easily confused, so it was paramount that the soldiers were disciplined. Manlius gave the order that no man is allowed to leave his post, under the threat of
"Don't make me destroy you!" Oh, that's so funny. That's a Revenge of the Sith reference for you Star Wars not fans.
death. It just so happened that his son, Titus Manlius, was leading a scouting party. When they drew close to the enemy line, he was recognized by the Latin commander, who challenged him to single combat. Fearing that declining this duel would hurt his reputation, he foolishly accepted. Titus easily defeated his foe and returned to the cheers of his men. Not realizing the foolishness of his deeds, he reported everything to his father. Manlius was now forced to choose between his obligations to his house and obligations to Rome itself. On one hand, his son had won glory for his family, and on the other, he disobeyed direct orders from the consul and undermined the entire state.
Is he gonna kill his own son?
To the astonishment and horror of all soldiers, Manlius personally
Jeez.
executed his son. He then gave him a hero's funeral, presenting him with all the honors of a true Roman champion, thus fulfilling obligations of both state and family.
I don't think you fulfilled the obligations of family when you killed your own son. I think you went more towards the state there. There is no 50-50.
Although the soldiers despised Manlius, not a single instance of misconduct was reported from that day forth. The 2 armies met at the foot of the
And then they probably did that out of fear, not out of respect.
Mount Vesuvius. Decius was leading the Roman left and Manlius the right. When the fighting had finally begun, neither side would give any ground. Never in Roman history did the legions fight an opponent so evenly matched.
They're fighting themselves.
Eventually, the Roman left started giving ground and Decius, remembering his dream, leapt onto his horse. He charged into the enemy line, killing many Latins that stood in his way. When he was finally killed, the prophecy was fulfilled and the reinvigorated Romans pressed forth. The Latin army scattered and the survivors gathered at the city of Veschia. In this story, the ancient authors present another instance of kinslaying, showing us that the men in bygone eras of Rome valued the republic more than their own families. Just like Brutus killed his sons for treason, so did Manlius kill his son for disobedience. Perhaps they
Seems traditional. It doesn't have to be coincidental and like a, like the same thing, but it could also just be tradition.
believed these stories could awaken in their readers the fervent patriotism of the time when the Republic faced great peril. Furthermore, Livy questions the actions of Decius, believing his sacrifice was in vain. He believed that any army that was commanded by Manlius would have taken the victory on that day. Modern historians believe that the life of Decius was embellished with events from the previous episode to make this sacrifice more meaningful. With this, we return to the Latins who gathered at Vescia. There they deliberated on their next move. Numisius believed that both armies had suffered equally, and the Roman victory was in name only. But, while the Romans were far from home, they could easily gather more troops from the Latins and the Volscians. The leaders agreed, and the orders were sent to assemble the men with great haste. When the army was ready, Numisius marched them out of Vescia and met the Romans in the Battle of Trifanum. The Latin alliance was so utterly defeated that they unconditionally surrendered. The territory in Latium and Campania was divided among the Roman plebs. The next year and a half were spent besieging individual towns in Latium. Those that surrendered immediately, or didn't join the rebellion at all, were given full Roman citizenship. Those that fought a little before surrendering were allowed to keep intermarriage and trade rights, but were denied the vote. Those that led the rebellion and refused to surrender were severely dealt with. Their cities were destroyed, and the men were banished. Colonists were then sent to occupy that land. This again greatly increased the Roman population. The Latin League was dissolved once and for all, and a separate Latin identity was destroyed. This was the last war the Latins waged against Rome.
We gotta look at this. So the revolt of Alba Longa, which is the original Latin area, the first, I think it's supposed to be first. The first Roman-Latin war, the campaigns of Darquinius Priscus, the Pometian revolt, the Battle of Lake Regillus, defection of the Latins, war with the Praeneste, destruction of Satricum, war with the Tiber, the Latin. Okay.
This model of conquest was used by the Romans throughout history. Those nations that were friendly to Rome had preferential treatment and enjoyed greater autonomy. On the other hand, the nations that resisted the Roman legions were utterly destroyed. The most notable examples being the complete demolition of Carthage and the Gallic genocide conducted by Julius Caesar. The end of the Latin War set the stage for one of the most important wars in Roman history.
Is it the second? Yeah, I was about to say, is it the Second Samnite War?
The Second Samnite War. This war, although not as famous, falls into the same category as the Second Punic War. But before we can continue our story, we should stop and examine the evolution of the Roman legion. During this time, a shift took place that allowed the Romans to rise from a regional power to the masters of the Mediterranean. Join us next time as we discuss the Roman military reforms and the introduction of the famous maniple system.
Okay, that's interesting. I can't wait. Yeah, well, the Latin League didn't last long. Well, it's still a thing, but the Latin War didn't last long, it seems. Rome becoming a regional power step by step, and we're learning more about the early Republic. Appreciate you guys being here. Let me know if you had any video suggestions or context to this time frame. Just put it down in the comments. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. We're continuing Magistra Vitae. We have Roman Maniple Explained, otherwise known as the Roman military reforms. Might be some of the earliest reforms of the Roman military. So let's jump right in and see what we got.
Is one of the longest lasting empires. The Roman Empire is one of the longest lasting empires in history. There is more than 1,000 years between the founding of the city in 753 BC and the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE. The primary factor for this longevity was certainly the Roman military. Facing wildly different opponents, the Romans would always end up on top. From the Etruscans to the Greeks, from the Carthaginians to the Gauls. Whether it was facing wild barbarian hordes, unstoppable Greek hoplites, or even African war elephants, the Romans always found a way.
Do you know the way? That's a funny meme.
Although the legions had many advantages over their enemies, their ability to adapt and evolve is what allowed them to dominate the Mediterranean for over a millennium.
Yeah.
Throughout the Roman Republic, there were 4 distinct phases of military doctrine in Rome. According to legend, after Romulus founded the city and invited all sorts of shady characters, he formed the first legion. This legion consisted of 3,000 footmen and 300 cavalry. Conveniently, these numbers match the later size of an actual legion. After Romans had conquered their neighbors, the Latins, the Sabines and the Etruscans, they had to provide 1,000 footmen and 100 cavalry each. The soldiers had to equip themselves. That meant that only well-off, land-owning citizens would serve in the military, and only the richest men who could afford a horse,
Be the equestrians or cavalry.
would serve in the cavalry.
Yeah.
In reality, things were quite simpler than this. When the tribes on neighboring hills merged into a community with a singular identity under the name of Rome, they organized a primitive fighting force. This earliest form of a legion was more akin to a band of ruffians than to an actual military force. Their only goals were protecting the crops and raiding neighboring fields. At that time, Rome was controlled by kings, but these were not the kings in a classical sense. They didn't have sprawling palaces or devoted servants. These early kings were warlords, who gained command over the city and the surrounding territory. One of these kings, Servius Tullius, is credited with the first military reforms in Roman history. This brings us to the second phase of the Roman military. Servius, after conducting the first census, divided the people into 7 social classes, based on their wealth. These classes served 2 purposes. Firstly, they formed a citizen assembly and voting was done based on class, with the richest classes holding all the power. Secondly, and more importantly to our story, they had different military obligations. Richer citizens had to provide better, more expensive equipment, and they formed the core of the army, while the poor had only auxiliary duties. Originally, the Roman army was formed by the citizen levy starting in spring and ending with a festival on the 15th of October. The word legion comes from the Latin word legio, meaning draft or levy.
Oh, you learned something new.
With the expulsion of the kings, control of the legions was transferred to the consuls, but no major changes to the structure of the army were recorded at that time. Of course, King Servius Tullius is a mythical figure. Later authors attributed him with introducing these changes, which likely took centuries to emerge. Initially, the soldiers were not paid for their service, but during the siege of Veii, a need for a more professional army emerged. The first instance of soldier pay was recorded at the time, and the army was mobilized year-round. In this period, the Romans used the Greek-style phalanx formation. In the rugged terrain of ancient Greece, the phalanx was an unstoppable force. It consisted of heavily armored hoplites fighting in unison as a singular unit. But the phalanx had one simple yet catastrophic weakness.
Their sides, cavalry, etc.
To work efficiently, phalanx had to fight head-on. Attacking it from the side or the back would almost certainly spell a disaster. Furthermore, maneuvering it was painfully slow and dangerous, as the formation could break easily. Greek city-states used them with great efficiency, as there was no way to outmaneuver your enemy in the mountains. More often than not, the victorious army would simply be the one with more men.
Which is, of course, why the Battle of Thermopylae was so well, it wasn't successful, but it was very much useful for the Greeks to ultimately overcome the Persians.
Alexander the Great solved this glaring weakness by fielding the best cavalry of the age, positioning it on the flanks. This defended the phalanx from encirclement and allowed it to conquer the known world. But the Romans were never great horsemen, so they had to devise a more elegant solution. During the Samnite Wars in the 300s BCE, it became clear that the phalanx was not suitable for Italian geography. The Romans faced an agile enemy that easily outmaneuvered them on numerous occasions. Rather than doubling down, they decided to change and adopt a maniple system used by the Samnites. This phase is often called
interesting, and by the way, Rome always adapts. That's another reason why they continuously stay a thing.
The Polybian army, after the Greek historian Polybius, who provided us with the most detailed description of the maniples. At first, the whole army consisted of only 4 legions, numbered with Roman numerals, the first one being the most prestigious. Men in the fighting...
Well, isn't that number 4 not the right... Isn't it IV instead of, you know, just a small call out.
Age, meaning 16 to 46-year-olds, were evenly distributed among the legions. The Romans believed that good soldiers made good politicians, and thus every man had to serve at least 10 years in the military before being eligible for any political office. Each legion usually numbered 4,200 men, but in times of great danger this number increased to 5,000. Each legion was also assigned 300 cavalry. While the army was assembling in Rome, orders were sent to allied nations instructing them on the number of men that had to be provided and the rendezvous point.
And that doesn't include like people that were camp followers or people that were aides, right?
Roman allies would together provide approximately the same number of men as Rome itself. The men were no longer divided by their personal wealth, but rather by their age and experience. There were 4 classes differing in age and equipment. The youngest and the worst equipped formed the velites. Then came hastati. The men in their prime formed the principes. These 3 classes numbered 1,200 men each. Finally, the oldest, most experienced men formed the triarii. They numbered 600 men. The velites were the youngest men in the legion. They carried a sword, javelins, and a large round shield called parma. They wore plain helmets often adorned with wolfskin for additional protection.
Additional protection? Wolfskin? I guess.
Javelins were made in such a way that they would bend on impact. This would render them useless after the first throw and prevent the enemies from using them.
Smart.
After them came the hastati. They had a large convex shield called a scutum. Although at first they had a Greek style of sword, during the Pyrrhic Wars they would adopt swords used by the Hispanic tribes. This type of sword is called Spanish sword, but it is more commonly known as gladius.
Yeah.
Additionally, they wore 2 javelins, a brass helmet and greaves. On their helmets they wore 3 purple or black feathers, making them appear larger and striking fear into their enemies. Most of them wore a brass plate called pectorale on their chest. Richer men would wear a chainmail coat called lorica instead. The famous lorica segmentata wouldn't be introduced for another 300 years or so. Principes and triarii had the same equipment as the hastati, except that the triarii carried a long spear called haste instead of the javelin. We should note that in future videos we will mostly continue using the same nondescript soldiers we have used thus far. This will be done out of convenience and to more easily differentiate factions based on color. Having said that, we should examine the formation used during this time. Each class except the velites was divided into 10 companies called maniples.
Okay.
From each maniple, 2 men were chosen to be centurions based on merit. Centurions were not chosen for their fighting skills, rather they were the best at leading others.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
They came in pairs. In case one of them died, the maniple wasn't suddenly headless. These centurions then chose 2 optiones, or rear guard officers. Optiones were stationed at the back of the maniple and were in charge of keeping the troops in order. If the need arose, they were the first in line to replace the centurions. 2 of the bravest and strongest men were then chosen to be standard bearers, or vexillari. The Romans saw this as a great honor, and losing a standard to an enemy was considered a disaster. With all the major and minor...
The standard thing is so crazily interesting to me because it's almost like a showmanship thing. It's a morale booster. It's a patriotic, it's just so many things. But it's such a vulnerable position.
roles now assigned, the legion was ready to deploy. Maniples would form 3 staggered lines in a checkerboard formation. The first line consisted of 10 maniples of the hastati. Behind them were 10 maniples of principes, and the last line consisted of 10 half-sized maniples of triarii.
Yeah.
Velites would be placed in front of these 3 lines.
Dang, poor velites.
And their main task was to mask the Roman formation. During the first onslaught, they would throw their javelins into the enemy line and immediately retreat behind the 3 lines, passing through the holes in the formation. Seldom did the velites do any notable damage. It was now time for the first line, the hastati, to engage. These were the youngest men in the military, eager to prove their worth. Most of the enemies the Romans faced didn't use multiple lines of attack. They would throw everything they got from the start, hoping to overwhelm the opponents. In a perfect world, the Romans would hope that this first line would annihilate the enemy, and the 2 back lines wouldn't even have to break a sweat. This rare...
So I guess if you're in the triarii, you're just like privileged, I guess.
happened, and when the commanders noticed the first line started giving way, they signaled for retreat. Hastati would then break formation and run to safety between the second and the third line. It was now time for the principes to attack. These were the men in their prime. Hardened from the years of fighting, they wouldn't break as easily as the first line. Sitting on the sidelines while their foes fought a pitched battle with the first line gave them an unfair advantage. This combination was usually enough
Because they're fresh.
to break even the most determined enemies. Although, in some rare cases, when the enemy exceeded Roman expectations, the Principes were overwhelmed and forced to retreat. This meant that the third line, the Triarii, would now have to be involved. The Triarii were the most...
And I haven't seen too many battles or representations of battles where this is a common... Maybe I'm missing it somehow, but I don't see this in practice too often. Maybe it's just early Republic.
experienced fighting men in Rome. Veterans of countless campaigns, they were eager to join the fighting. There was a popular saying in Rome, for when things were particularly bad, it has come to the Triarii. While the first two lines were fighting for their lives, the Triarii were ordered to kneel on one knee and hold position. This was done to prevent them from preemptively engaging in order to help their countrymen.
That's crazy because we just did a video around the Zulu, and Shaka Zulu had his loin or his back cavalry, or not cavalry, his back reserves of the bull formation do the exact same thing, but mostly turn around, so they did also get overengaged. It's crazy, the parallel.
When the second line retreated, a signal was given and the Triarii rose up and marched forth. Although this meant that the battle was not going in Roman favor, they would more often than not turn the tides of battle and finally break the enemy line. While this was going on, the Roman cavalry was placed on the flanks. Their only task was to preoccupy the opposing cavalry, while the footmen dealt with the rest of the forces.
Yep.
In cases when the enemy horsemen would retreat, the Romans would slam into the back of the enemy line. This sudden charge would be enough to break even the hardest opponents. Keeping the order inside the legion was paramount. This is why the Romans built in a system of rewards and punishments that would guarantee the obedience of the soldiers.
Like decimation.
Punishments ranged widely, from eating standing up to the decimation of the maniple. On the other hand, the rewards could be equally motivating, ranging from double rations to additional land acquired upon retirement.
Fresh
The
crowns.
whole company could take pride if one of their number won one of these rewards. The maniple system was used up until Marian reforms in 107 BC, when maniples were replaced with cohorts. But that is a story for another time. We should also note that organization on the battlefield wasn't the only factor behind the success of the legions. Romans would always place the highest priority on logistics. Before encamping or engaging the enemy, they would secure sources of food and water. A great number of men were in charge of protecting the supply lines. Neglecting this aspect of ancient warfare often meant that the outcome of the upcoming battle was decided long before the legions formed their lines. Using the Greek phalanx, the Romans barely expanded outside of Latium. Adoption of the maniple coincided with Rome's aggressive expansion. Within 200 years, they conquered all of Italy, southern France, Spain, Carthage, and Greece, and evolved from a regional power to the undisputed leader of the Mediterranean. Join us next time as we continue our discussion of the Samnite Wars.
Let's go! Can't wait for that. Guys, as always, thank you for being here. This was a good understanding of the maniple system, as well as like some of the different classes of the maniple system after the fact, especially with like their tiers and who faces the line first, as well as maybe the equipment of what. It's fun. It's fun. It's a tactical type video. We'll continue, of course, Magistra Vitae with the second Samnite War next time. Let me know if you have video suggestions or anything that would make more context flow within this video or other videos. But yeah, you have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Did you know that the first Samnite War had a sequel? What we're about to learn today, this is the History of Rome by Magistra Vitae. Bear with me today. I'm a little bit sick, a little bit under the weather, but Magistra Vitae is just the prescription I need. Let's jump right in. The second Samnite War.
The Roman legions were in hot pursuit of the Samnite army. Passing through the countryside, all the local herdsmen confirmed the same story. The Samnites were busy besieging Luceria. The Romans set up with great haste to aid their ally. They chose the shortest path that led them through a narrow mountain pass called Caudine Forks. When they reached the end of the pass, they realized the path was blocked by
This is definitely a trap.
large boulders and trees. Realizing something was amiss, they immediately turned around and rushed for the entrance to the pass.
Dang, they built that fence fast.
But when they reached the end, the men realized they were trapped. The whole Samnite army was waiting for them behind a set of makeshift barricades. The Romans had only two options. They could either surrender or die fighting, but we are getting ahead of ourselves. In the aftermath of the Latin War, the Romans enjoyed a period of peace. During this time, the collective Roman psyche continued to evolve, from a close-knit community defending their city from invaders, to conquerors eager to expand their power and influence.
At what time does Rome also encapsulate the Latins, meaning the Latins are Romans?
In these generations, we can see the first traces of the growing ambitions of an empire. The Samnites were unlucky enough to be the first target of these ambitions. There was one problem though. As the Romans were a superstitious bunch, they observed omens concerning all matters of public and private life. This meant that they could only wage war if the gods supported them.
Or they were invaded, right?
In other words, they believed in a concept of casus belli, or simply justified war.
I've heard that so many times before. I didn't know what that meant.
In their own eyes, the Romans were never the aggressors. Rather, they
Never the aggressors, guys. Are you kidding me? Rome? What do you mean?
always had an excuse for why the war in question was defensive in nature. Of course, these justifications for war could be as banal as a perceived insult. They could even be fabricated when the need arose.
Or a rumor. Like a rumor.
Therefore, the Romans settled the city of Regula inside the Samnite territory in hopes of provoking a response. But while that was going on, the Samnites were busy elsewhere and they didn't take the bait. Fortunately, the Romans didn't have to wait long for another opportunity to arise. The citizens of the Greek town Neapolis attacked the Romans living in Campania. Considering that Neapolis was under the Samnite influence at the time, the Romans requested reprisal from the Samnites. They of course refused, citing the recent settlement of Regulae. In response, the consul Quintus Publilius Philo was sent to deal with the pesky Greeks. Interestingly, during this campaign, a new office was created in the Roman political system. After arriving in Campania, Philo set siege to Neapolis. Good positioning from the general isolated the Greeks from their allies, and it was only a matter of time before the city fell. The siege dragged on a bit, and Philo's term in office had expired. Realizing that revoking the commander would have a negative effect on the course of the war, the Senate created the office of the proconsul. The proconsul
Yeah, I've heard this a million times. I cannot remember what it is, though.
acted on behalf of the consul, giving him absolute authority over the army, but he was still subordinate to an actual consul.
Okay.
This allowed Philo to take the city without interruptions. In the end, the Romans got their wish, although in a roundabout way. In the year 327 BCE, the Second Samnite War had started in earnest. The following year, Lucius Furius Camillus and Junius Brutus Ceva were elected consuls. Brutus led an army against the Vestinians who allied with the Samnites,
I was about to say, why are they in this? I guess they're just allied and we didn't like that.
while Camillus marched on the Samnites themselves. But before any serious fighting could take place, Camillus fell ill and he was recalled to Rome. There he nominated a dictator, Lucius Papirius Cursor, to take his place. He then chose Quintus Fabius Aurelianus as his master of the horse. Soon after taking command, the dictator was summoned back to Rome. The priests noticed an irregularity with the omens and demanded that Papirius retake auspices. While he was gone, he ordered Fabius to avoid contact with the enemy. But awaiting the dictator's return, Fabius heard reports of the carelessness of the Samnite army. Seizing this opportunity, he ordered a sudden charge upon the enemy. His victory was swift and complete. Livy reports that 20,000 Samnites perished on that day. In his arrogance, Fabius gathered all the spoils from the battle and burned them to prevent Papirius from using them in his triumph. While Papirius
That's weird.
was addressing the Senate, the news of these events reached Rome. Furious, he dismissed the Senate and marched off to deal with his master of the horse. Papirius saw
So we got some infighting happening.
this as an act of disobedience and he was bent on vengeance. Arriving at the camp, he summoned the assembly. In front of the whole army, he chastised Fabius, accusing him of rebellion against the dictator and the whole state. When Fabius in turn accused Papirius of pettiness and jealousy, the lictors were ordered to whip the master of the horse. But the army sided with the young general who led them to a
Big oof.
glorious victory. The soldiers were ready to mutiny, but the night
That's one of the earliest instances where I've seen where you can see an army side with their general over the state, almost.
put an end to these proceedings. In the night, Fabius escaped to Rome and asked his father, Marcus Fabius Ambastus, for help. His father was a respected man, thrice a consul and once a dictator, so his words carried immense weight. On his advice, the Senate met to discuss the events that transpired at the camp. While Fabius was explaining the ruthlessness of the dictator, he entered the Senate house. He learned of Fabius's escape, and he too rode through the night to reach Rome. Papirius demanded that Fabius be arrested immediately, but the entire Senate pleaded with him to reconsider. The tribunes and the people joined the senators, but still he would not budge.
So you have everyone against him. What do you do in that case?
It was only when Fabius and his father fell on their knees and begged for forgiveness that he relented and pardoned the young man.
Yeah, but probably more because of the support that everyone else was giving him.
He ordered Fabius to stay in the city and return to the camp. He didn't receive a warm welcome, as the army was still bitter about the whole ordeal. The very next day, the Samnites engaged
But that's very crazy, like, small part of the entire Samnite War.
the army. It is reported that Papirius had shown great military prowess and care in preparing his army. The ground he chose for this engagement, the positioning of his men, and the tactics employed were all impeccable. If only his men showed the same enthusiasm and vigor, the Samnite war could have been brought to a close on that day. Instead, showing their contempt for the dictator, the men deliberately threw away an easy victory. Realizing he couldn't win a war without an army, Papirius changed his approach. He strolled across the camp, visiting wounded soldiers and commending them on their deeds. This soon turned the army back to his side. When the men were ready, he fought another battle with the Samnites, winning a decisive victory this time. The Samnites had no choice but to surrender to the dictator, who referred them to the Senate.
Samnites just do not have a good time against Rome throughout the entirety of history.
Papirius would go on to have a long and successful career, consisting of 5 consulships and 2 dictatorships. Livy,
I mean, never mind. I was about to say, it's not, I guess, like, if you're chosen dictator, I guess that you are the de facto #1 voice of the republic at that point. So I guess that's sometimes can be viewed even bigger than a consul most of the time, right?
compared him to Alexander the Great, who would die only a few years after these events.
Yeah, parallel.
Livy believed that Rome would withstand the invasion from Alexander, if he ever tried to conquer Rome, but we will soon see how an actual Greek army did against the Romans. While all of this was going on, the second consul Brutus carried out a successful campaign in Vestinia. Following a crushing defeat on the battlefield, the Vestinians abandoned their camp and scattered across the countryside, hoping to find shelter inside the city walls. Brutus then successfully besieged one town after another. When the Samnites eventually sued for peace, the Senate imposed a set of frankly ridiculous demands that the Samnites could not accept. This meant that the fighting would continue while the Romans still held the advantage.
So sorry. So am I getting the fact that we're about to see conquest here? I'm thinking we're going to see conquest.
The following years were filled with light skirmishes and plundering of the Samnite territory, but no major battles were recorded. We will now fast forward to the year 321 BCE, when Titus Veturius Calvinus and Spurius Postumius Albinus were elected consuls. On the other side, we have the first named Samnite commander, Gaius Pontius. Pontius marched his armies in great secrecy towards Caudium. There he hid his camp and sent out men disguised as shepherds to graze some cattle near Calatia, where the Roman army was encamped. If the Romans captured them, they were ordered to tell the same story. The whole of the Samnite army was besieging Luceria, and its capture was imminent. Luceria was a Roman ally, and they had to act to prevent people in Apulia from siding with the Samnites.
Interesting. They got some good spies.
The Romans took the bait, and believing that the time was of the essence, they decided to take a shorter route that would lead them through the Caudine Forks. Caudine Forks is
So here's the intro of the video.
a grassy plain surrounded by mountains on all sides. The only way in or out are 2 narrow mountain passes placed on each side. The Romans rushed through the first pass without noticing anything. When they reached the other side, they found that large boulders and felled trees blocked the pass. Above the pass, they noticed Samnite warriors observing them. A hasty retreat was made, and the army soon reached the entrance, but it was also blocked. A makeshift barricade was erected, and armed guards were stationed above the pass. The Romans could see the writing on the wall. They were trapped, and trying to fight their way out was hopeless. While lamenting their desperate situation, they built a fortified camp. Pontius was at a loss for what to do in this fortunate situation, and he sent messengers to his father to ask for advice. His message was, "Let the Romans depart at once, uninjured." Pontius knew that his father was no friend to the Romans, so he sent messengers again to confirm this was really his advice, but this time they returned with a different message.
That was weird. By the way, notice there's an alien ship taking a cow in the background. Yo, this is a funny channel.
Kill every last one of them. Utterly confused, Pontius sent for his father. When his father arrived, he explained that both messengers were correct.
Bro can't make up his mind.
Pontius had only two options now. The better option was to let the Romans go and earn lasting gratitude and friendship from the most powerful city in the region. His other option was to kill every man and cripple Rome for a generation.
Yeah, and then when that generation rebuilds, you're screwed.
Despite the sound advice from the old man, the Samnites chose
What do you mean the sound advice? He gave two contradictory points.
the third and by far the worst option they could. The Romans would be freed, but they would have to forfeit their weapons and pass under a yoke. Passing under a yoke was seen as a great insult and a sign of submission in the ancient world. As the old man warned, this act didn't win them any friends, nor did it get rid of any enemies. Furthermore, the Samnites imposed a harsh peace treaty on the Romans that the Senate would have to rectify. As security, 600 equites were held as hostages. The army marched in complete silence back to Rome. During the Senate proceedings discussing these events and subsequent treaties, Spurius Postumius urged the senators to decline the proposal. He proposed that all the religious obligations lay on him and not the people of Rome. That meant that he alone could return to Caudine Forks and surrender to the Samnites. This would then annul the treaty in the eyes of the gods. He was commended for his proposal, and the Senate agreed to decline the treaty and sent him and the other commanders back to the Samnites. When they arrived before Pontius and offered themselves in return for refusing the peace treaty, he was furious. Pontius refused to take them as prisoners, letting them walk away as free men. He demanded that all of Rome's legions be returned to the Caudine Forks, or that the peace treaty be respected. He believed that this bad faith interpretation of the law of nations would backfire for the Romans. On the other hand, the Romans believed that their obligations to the Samnites and to the gods were now discharged, and they returned to Rome.
So they got lucky.
Pontius only now realized that the third option was indeed the worst possible at the time. This turn of events is of course questioned. The surrender of Postumius resembles yet another event from the first
Yeah, that's the Carthage. So we're talking about the Pyrrhic
War, when a surrendered general urged the Senate to keep fighting and return to Carthage, knowing full well what awaited him there. In the aftermath of the disaster at Caudine Forks, there is a 5-year gap in hostilities between the two nations. We will leave it for you to decide whether this was due to an unfavorable peace treaty or due to the Romans simply biding their time waiting for a good opportunity. Join us next time as we
About to say this was definitely not a consensus of the ending. Interesting though, very interesting. The Second Samnite War, very similar and parallel to the First Samnite War, where they got trapped. Of course, the Apennine Mountains are quite harsh, where the Samnites, of course, derive from. But interesting interpolitics on the Italian Peninsula so far. It seems that Samnium is not that much of a pushover as I thought they were initially. They're kind of evenly matched here. I mean, I think the Romans have the advantage by manpower, economy, military. But just the geographical essence of Samnium gives a level playing field in some situations. Nevertheless, we got more videos to go on the Second Samnite War, Magistra Vitae. Appreciate you guys being here. I'll catch you guys next time. Until next time, though, peace out. And bye. So, we're at the end of the Second Samnite War within this video. This is History of Rome by Magistra Vitae. Of course, last time we had an episode of the Second Samnite War to a point to where it got to the Caudine Forks, and they walked under this forgot what you call it, but it has to do with like cattle. I'm sure he'll remind me, but basically dishonorably walked under this, creating such a tension between Samnium and Rome. Now, this episode, hopefully we'll find out the end of the Second Samnite War and what will become of it.
thank you guys for being here. Hit that like button. Let's go. Jump right in.
Following the humiliating defeat at Caudine Forks, there was a 5-year peace between the Romans and the Samnites. Ancient sources claim that during this peace, in 318 BCE, the cities of Apulia voluntarily surrendered to Rome, but this date is unclear.
But it's quite interesting in that 5-year peace that the Second Samnite War did not end, and whatever came after this would be the Third Samnite War. It's weird.
When the peace was finally broken in 316 BCE, the Romans sent out multiple armies in different directions. The first consul, Lucius Papirius Cursor, was sent to besiege the Samnites who captured Luceria. The second consul, Quintus Publilius Philo, was sent to besiege Saticula in Campania. And finally, the dictator Fabius Rullianus was sent to Satricum to deal with rebelling Volscians. This splitting of the forces would prove disastrous for the Romans. When the dictator recovered Satricum, he received a report of a large Samnite army heading towards Latium. Ancient sources didn't name the commander of this army, but some modern historians speculate it was led by none other than Gaius Pontius. It's unclear if he defeated Philo in battle or simply outmaneuvered him, but nevertheless he had a clear path to the undefended Latin cities. Rullianus was now the only general close enough to intervene. He decided to split his force in two. He would guard the inland path to Rome himself, while his master of the horse Quintus Aulius would guard the coastal path. Samnites decided to go south in order to split Rome from their Greek allies. They met Aulius in the Battle of Lautuli near Terracina. Aulius commanded the force of fresh recruits, and his army was no match for the battle-hardened Samnites. The army was completely destroyed, and Quintus Aulius was killed.
Dang, that's a huge deal.
The Roman forces were in shambles, and the Samnite army roamed free. They convinced Auruncans and Campanians to rebel against their overlords. Fabius Rullianus was doing all he could to protect the roads leading directly to Rome. Although his efforts were successful and the attack on Rome was avoided, this left many cities undefended, and they fell to the Samnite forces. These events left Rome in a precarious position, and his fate would have been sealed if not for the reorganization of the army during the Caudine Peace. In the 5 years following the battle, the Romans adopted the Samnite three-line maniple system. They also introduced a system of trained reserves that gave them quick access to a large number of troops after a crushing defeat.
Okay, so they've reformed, they've adapted.
This meant that the force besieging Luceria didn't have to be recalled, which would prove crucial and turn the tide of this war. In 314 BCE, a Spartan general leading a mercenary army landed in Tarentum.
Okay, that's interesting.
His primary goal was to aid the Greeks in their struggle against the tyrant Agathocles of Syracuse, but nothing was stopping him from roaming the Italian countryside. Although his foray into Italy would be short-lived, Samnites had no way of knowing that and had to act. If this army combined with the Romans in Apulia, they would pose a significant threat. Samnites had to redirect part of their force from Latium to the east.
Big deal, because now you have a weakened western front.
This left the general outnumbered in hostile lands. Combined Roman armies numbering 4 legions engaged the Samnites near Terracina and dealt them a crushing blow. Having dealt with the Samnite threat, the Romans marched their army south and crushed the revolt. They had no mercy for the rebels, and Auruncans were eradicated. Next year, the Romans recaptured all lost territory in Latium and subdued the rebels in Campania.
So we're back to our borders that we had prior.
Now Rome was on the offensive, and armies started making forays into Samnite territory. Fearing the sudden revival of the Roman legions, the Etruscans allied with the Samnites and declared
Whoa! So now we got a coalition.
a sudden war. It's unclear why the Etruscans didn't attack Rome while it was on its knees, but rather waited for legions to recover. Some modern historians speculate that this was due to a friendly relationship between Rome and Carthage at the time. We should also note that the Etruscans were not completely united. Cities of northern Etruria had no interest in fighting a costly war against faraway Rome.
Yeah, because why would they? It doesn't pertain to them.
Nevertheless, this declaration of war was not taken lightly in Rome. Roman forces were again spread thin, and panic ensued in the city. During this crisis, a dictator was nominated, and all of the fighting-age men were ordered to take up arms.
Okay, so we got that. It makes sense to have a dictator.
We should now take a break from Roman foreign affairs and examine events that perspired at home. In 312 BC, Appius Claudius, a descendant of the famous Appius Claudius who led the Decemvirs in writing the 12 tables, was elected as one of the 2 censors. The main duty of the censor was deciding who could vote in Roman elections and who could serve in the Senate. According to customs, the censors will just reaffirm last year's lists, but Appius decided to break with customs and stacked both the Senate and the voting blocks with men loyal to him. Appalled by his actions, the second censor stepped down, believing this would stop Appius.
It did.
According to the sacred laws, if one of the censors couldn't perform his duties anymore, the second would step down and 2 new censors would be elected. But once more he disregarded tradition and held the office anyway.
Dang, Roman precedent goes back far in terms of dismantling the Republic.
It is said that he proceeded to act against a family he disliked, taking their sacred rights and giving them to temple servants. For these actions, the gods punished him with blindness, and he earned the nickname Cecus, meaning the blind.
So through myth, he was blinded by the gods, but more likely he was targeted.
Although this account doesn't hold up with other sources that don't mention his blindness until much later in his life.
Oh,
After filling the Senate with
he probably in old age got blind then.
loyal men and dealing with rival families, he started work on his ultimate project. During the First Samnite War, a need for a road connecting Rome and Campania was apparent. Although victorious, the Romans constantly had problems with maneuvering their troops from north to south and with supplying those troops once deployed.
I'm surprised they don't have a road by now.
Considering the Romans had their hands full, first with the Latin War and then with the outbreak of the Second Samnite War, the resources needed to construct this road could not be spared. But now the time was ripe and Appius started construction on this road that would later bear his name, Via Appia. The first section of this road passed through the Pontine marshes and connected Rome to Capua. Eventually, this road would be extended all the way to Brundisium in the south of Italy. Appius then constructed the first Roman aqueduct, which would also bear his name.
Which, of course, they basically were inspired by the Etruscans.
Aqua Appia. Having finished the road, the troops could now easily pass between the northern and southern parts of the Republic. They didn't have to trek through the malaria-infested marshes or take the perilous coastal roads anymore. This allowed them to quickly end the Samnite Wars and later conquer all of Italy. With this road, the Romans would recognize the importance of logistics, which would play a big part in later expansions out of Italy. Appius Claudius held on to the office of censor for 5 consecutive years, which was unheard of at the time. During this time, he extended the voting rights to landless citizens.
Seems like he had a huge impact, though.
This and his other generous policies endeared him to the masses, and his blatant abuse of power was ignored. After finally stepping down from his post as censor, he would go on to serve as consul twice and dictator once. In his later career, he would be known for opposing Pyrrhus of Epirus during his invasion, but we are getting ahead of ourselves. After 311 BCE, when hostilities with the Etruscans started, Romans fielded 2 completely separate armies. One was dealing with the Samnites in the south, while the other was dealing with the Etruscans in the north. It speaks volumes that Rome was able to not only keep both fronts active at the same time, but actually emerge victorious on both sides. In 310 BCE, Quintus Fabius Rullianus, who was master of the horse only a few years prior, was elected consul. He led one of the armies north to attack the Etruscan army that was besieging Sutrium. The Etruscans were easily defeated and most of the men ran into the Ciminian forest. This forest was the stuff of legends, and it's said that until that point not a single Roman dared to enter it. Livy even compares it to the dreaded German forests that were feared throughout the whole empire in his time. Nevertheless, Fabius decided to follow the Etruscans in order to crush the whole army.
I didn't really know about that. Either the German force or this force being a fearsome place to enter.
While the army was deep inside the forest, the other consul, Marcius Rutilus, invaded Samnium. The Samnites met him near Aliphae and an indecisive battle was fought. A large number of high-ranking Romans were killed and the consul himself was wounded. When the Senate caught wind of these events, they panicked and nominated Papirius Cursor dictator, who then raised another army. It is then that Fabius emerged from the Ciminian forest. He not only defeated a large Etruscan army and forced a peace treaty on towns in northern Etruria, but also secured an alliance with the Umbrians. He was shocked to learn that his command was given to the man who wanted to execute him only a few years ago, but he put aside his personal grievances and submitted to the dictator. Papirius combined the 2 armies and marched south to deal with the Samnites. Livy mentions that the 4 greatest generals of that generation were all present on the battlefield. Papirius Cursor as the dictator, Marcus Valerius Corvus on the right flank, Publius Decius Mus on the left flank, and Junius Babulcus, who we haven't yet mentioned, but who was an important figure during the Second Samnite War.
So you shouldn't lose, right? With this amount of star power.
As the master of the horse. Together they dealt a crushing blow to the Samnites. After this battle, the war changed into a series of small border skirmishes that would last for another 6 years.
Wow.
In 310 BCE, the Romans also dealt with the Etruscans in the Battle of Lake Vadimo. Not much is known about this battle, but it's believed that it was the largest fought between the two nations. The battle was an astounding Roman victory, and the power of the Etruscans, who for so long dominated northern Italy, was destroyed. They would never again pose a significant threat to Rome. The Samnites were a mountain people, and they didn't have many large population centers that Romans could attack. Instead, they had to capture territory bit by little bit, secure it, and move on to a new patch of land.
See, this is where the borders are really going into the favor of Rome.
The constant skirmishes around Samnium were going in Roman favor. They could not score a major victory, but each year the Samnite resolve was waning. Finally, in 305 BCE, combined armies of two consuls defeated a large Samnite army and captured Bovianum, the Samnite capital. Exhausted by the war,
And that's it.
the Samnites sued for peace the very next year. After they surrendered, many bordering tribes pleaded their allegiance to Rome. This included Marsi, Peligni, Marrucini, Frentani, and later Vestini. Equi and Herniki were almost completely destroyed for their part in the Second Samnite
Look at that.
War. As we have stated in the last video, the Roman ambitions of an empire emerged during the 4th century BCE, but they were about to kick into high gear. In ancient warfare, the number of men was generally far more important than the tactics, equipment, and the skill of those men. According to some sources, by the end of the 4th century BCE, the Romans had access to up to 500,000 troops. Comparing that to the
We're just counting like military. When we do this, are we like counting what we believe are military aged men, or are we counting what we think are currently serving?
relatively modest number of 50,000 men Alexander used to conquer the known world, or the force of 100,000 Persians who invaded Greece, we can see what made the legions unstoppable.
And of course, these numbers are with the asterisks.
These astronomical numbers come mostly from the large number of conquered people. Although the maps show the Romans controlling vast swaths
So probably military aged men.
of territory, these peoples were mostly self-governing. The Romans avoided directly managing their allies. Instead, they had only one obligation: to provide fighting men when called upon. Although this web of alliances provided Rome with the manpower needed for this aggressive expansion, it's unclear what caused this shift in perspective. Perhaps the scars of the Gallic sack were so deep that the Romans vowed to never again allow something similar to happen. Perhaps the Romans saw themselves as superior to everyone and only took their God-given rights.
Yeah.
Or perhaps it was some other reason we will never know. On the other hand, the conflict of the orders did a lot more in Rome than simply ending the discrimination of the plebs. It transferred the governing power from those who were born into it, namely the patricians, to those who earned it through their deeds and accomplishments. Of these, military victories were the most highly praised, so perhaps it was the ambitious men chasing fame and glory who inadvertently expanded Rome's borders. The Samnites were now utterly defeated, and it was only a matter of time before they succumbed to the Roman conquest. In a last-ditch effort, they allied with the Etruscans and the Gauls to try and fight off the Romans.
Yeah, I was about to say that's the third Samnite War we're talking about, which I know little about, but not a ton about. It looks like we got about a 16-minute video coming up in our next episode. This should be exciting. Of course, we're going to do all of Magistra Vitae. I've talked about these topics now going forward. We're going to talk about the Pyrrhic Wars probably after this. But nevertheless, I'm going to do it just because I love this channel, and we're going to support it by reacting to it. But we're also going to learn from a different perspective. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you guys so much. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing the history of Rome through the eyes of Magistra Vitae. Glad you're here with me. Today, we have the third Samnite War because the first two just didn't cut it. Samnium still survived. We must take it down. Of course, that's not exactly what happened, so let's watch together, react together. Glad you're here. Let's go.
Of the Second Samnite War. In the aftermath of the Second Samnite War, the Romans acted as if they had already conquered both Etruria and Samnium.
Think about that. Etruria, the Etruscans, and Samnium are already in the mindset of Romans that they are subservient. Crazy.
They would send armies to roam freely across their territory and settle colonies where they pleased. The Samnites could see the writing on the wall. If they didn't act soon, they would be reduced to a footnote in history, as just another Italian tribe that was swept away by the Romans. When a Samnite army invaded Lucania, the Lucanians requested a closer alliance with Rome to guarantee their safety. This was accepted by the Senate, and envoys were sent into Samnium to request that their armies be withdrawn immediately.
And they still have like a monarchy, it looks like here. I'm not sure of the politics of Samnium, but it looks like they have a monarchy.
The envoys were dismissed with the threat of violence, and a war was declared. Thus the third and the last Samnite war started in 298 BCE. A year prior, the Etruscans had already provoked Rome to war when they bribed a Gallic tribe to help them invade Rome. The Gauls took the gold and returned home, leaving Etruscans to fend for themselves. Rome was again fighting a war on two fronts, but by now Romans could easily field two great armies. Livy states that the first consul, Scipio Barbatus, grandfather of the famous Scipio Africanus,
Yep.
marched his forces into Etruria and there won a decisive victory near Volterra. He then avoided fortified towns and his army was free to pillage the countryside. The second consul, Gnaeus Fulvius, marched his forces into Samnium and plundered Aufidana without much resistance from the Samnites. Interestingly, the tomb of Scipio Barbatus survived to this day. It was constructed some 150 years after these events.
Wow.
On the sarcophagus, there is an inscription describing his deeds, and none of it mentions anything about Etruria. It rather describes his invasion into Samnium from the east and his actions in Lucania. This inscription predates Livy, so we can assume it's more credible. There is evidence that Scipio Barbatus was serving in Etruria in 295 BCE, so perhaps some of his accomplishments in Etruria belong to that year. But for now, we should return to the story as told by Livy. In 297 BCE, Romans were preparing for war and looked to their best commander, Fabius Maximus Rullianus, by now an old man and a seasoned general. Fabius was reluctant to take up the post of consul due to his old age, but the people were keen to have him in command. He cited a law forbidding a man to serve as consul within 10 years of his last elections, but the tribunes made an exemption for him and he was unanimously elected. Accepting his post, he made an appeal to the people to elect Publius Decius Mus, son of the famous Decius who devoted himself in the Latin War, as his colleague. The two men had previously served together and had an amicable relationship. The people accepted his proposal and Decius was elected as the second consul. Hearing that the Etruscans were preparing to offer peace, both consuls marched their armies into Samnium. They fought several skirmishes that went in their favor, but there is no record of any large battles being fought that year. The consuls spent the rest of the year plundering Samnite fields. After the end of the campaigning season, Fabius returned to Rome and organized the next elections. People were expecting a big clash with the Samnites sooner or later, so they once more wanted to elect Fabius. He again rejected in fear of setting a dangerous precedent. This time the people gave in and in his place elected Appius Claudius of the Appian Way and a plebeian Lucius Volumnius. While this was happening, his colleague Decius was still serving as proconsul in Samnium. He dislodged the large Samnite army led by Gellius and Attius, who refused to fight the Romans and fled into Etruria. There he met with Etruscan leaders and implored them to keep fighting against Rome.
So like always, you have a coalition that's built up against Rome. But Rome, like always, they have the firepower, they have the manpower. It's just going to be hard. It's really hard to just corner Rome. You have to use insane tactics to just be able to match them on the battlefield. And when you do match them on the battlefield, you still have the fear of, okay, you beat them this time, you might not beat them the next time. So you got to figure out what the next step is before the step even happens.
This time, almost all Etruscan towns agreed to join the fighting and an alliance was formed. The Umbrians also joined this alliance, and even the Gauls living in the Po Valley were employed as mercenaries.
Okay, so they got a full force.
Together, these four nations would wage a war against Rome, which would determine the fate of Italy. Appius Claudius was sent to Etruria and Volumnius to Samnium. The Samnite army was still abroad, so Volumnius proceeded to plunder the land. But then he received a message from Etruria. Appius was in danger and he required his help immediately. Volumnius packed up his camp and marched his forces to Etruria with great haste. When he arrived at the camp, Appius was furious. Being a proud patrician, he rejected the notion that he would ever request help from a mere plebeian.
Dang.
Insulted, Volumnius turned to leave, but he was stopped by the army. Exhausted and in bad shape, they begged him to stay and help them. Seeing that the army was indeed in dire need, he swallowed his pride and submitted his forces to Appius. Ecstatic, the army rushed out of the camp to attack the enemy immediately. It just so happened that the Samnite general was out with a foraging party and his army was not prepared for
Why is there a monkey in Italy? That's not canon.
a sudden onslaught. On the other hand, the consuls didn't have enough time to arrange their troops into formation and an all-around sloppy battle was fought. In the end, the Romans won and scattered the Samnite force. After the victory, Volumnius was dispatched to Campania to deal with the Samnite raiding party. Whilst he was chasing that army laden with plunder, the Samnite army in Etruria regrouped under Gellius and Natius. They were then joined by the Etruscans, the Umbrians, and the Gauls.
Yeah, you're toast, buddy.
Reports of this massive army caused great panic in Rome. Every free man in the city who could carry a sword was armed and preparations to defend the city were made. The panic was eased a little when reports of Volumnius' success reached them. When the elections rolled around, Volumnius was recalled to administer them. Before the voting commenced, he gave a speech about the poor state of things in Etruria and ensured the people that if Fabius Maximus Rullianus was not elected, he would nominate him as dictator at once. Now the whole of the Roman populace looked up to Fabius as their savior, and he again accepted the consulship and requested that Datius served alongside him. This was agreed, and in 295 BCE, Fabius and Datius were elected as consuls together for the third time.
Okay. We're setting new precedents.
Volumnius continued to serve as proconsul and Appius as praetor. Other former consuls, including Scipio Barbatus, served as propraetors. At least 6 different armies could be identified this year, and some authors suppose that the Romans fielded as many as 100,000 men in total.
That's a lot for this time.
The patrician senators were keen to send Fabius, one of their number, to Etruria without drawing the lots. This did not sit well with Datius and he protested. Fabius claimed
This guy is a big Star Wars fan.
that it was he who created a path through the previously impassable Seminian forest and that it should be he who continued the war on that front. In the end, the people settled the matter by sending Fabius to Etruria. There Fabius learned that the state of the matter was far worse than anyone realized. An enormous 4-nation army was looming large in the area and the men were scared for their lives. He decided to tear down his camp and reposition his army as frequently as possible. When the winter passed without incident, he returned to Rome, gave a solemn report to the Senate, and requested that Datius and his army move into Etruria to aid him. Although their relationship was soured, Datius agreed to help his colleague and marched his forces into Etruria. Both armies set up their camp near Sentinum in preparation for the
So Samnium's basically their main army's been fighting in Etruria or positioned up there for quite some time. It's almost like they've migrated that way. I'm sure there's still a ton of Samnites in Samnium, but
battle. In the Samnite camp, it was agreed that the Gauls and the Samnites would engage the Romans, while the Etruscans and Umbrians attacked their camp. They believed that the Romans would see that their camp was taken and there was no possibility for retreat. This would then break their morale and they would scatter. Unfortunately for them, some Gallic deserters relayed this information to Fabius. The consul then sent orders to a neighboring army to start pillaging the Etruscan countryside. The Etruscan army could not stand by while their homeland was being ravaged and
oh yeah, that's right. So they packed up, and in their absence, the others got slaughtered.
they abandoned the camp in pursuit of the Roman raiders. It's unclear what happened to the Umbrians, but it appears they also left before the battle. Fabius decided it was time to strike now, with the Samnite coalition weakened, and the 2 armies took to the field. Fabius commanded the left flank opposite the Samnites, and Datius commanded the Roman right opposite the Gauls. This was the largest battle fought in Italy at the time. Some estimates put the number of troops at 40,000 men on each side. Livy states that the armies were so evenly matched that if the Etruscans were present at the time, the Romans would surely be defeated. The two Roman commanders had different approaches to commanding their respective legions. Decius, a young and ambitious man, believed the enemy could be crushed by force alone. On the other hand, Fabius, a seasoned general, knew that the enemy came on strong at first, but could not sustain that level of fighting for long. His only goal was to hold his legion against this initial onslaught. Decius, seeing that the line was not moving, ordered a chivalry charge in hope of earning everlasting glory for himself. His charge was futile, and the Gallic line could not be broken. It all ended in disaster when the horses, running away from the battle, slammed into the Roman lines. The left was on the brink of collapse, and Decius, remembering the sacrifice of his father in the Latin War, devoted himself in...
That's it right there. I forget what it's called, but it's basically he's given him his life for the morale of his contemporaries.
In the same manner by charging alone into the Gallic lines. This reinvigorated his men and they held their ground. While that was going on, Fabius noticed that the Samnites were finally starting to tire out. They were lacking the same vigor they possessed at the start of the battle. He then ordered his second line to advance. This finally broke the Samnite lines and they made for the camp. Fabius then ordered part of his force to aid in the struggle against the Gauls, who were still standing ground, while the other part was in hot pursuit of the Samnites. The Gauls could not hold for long against the two-pronged assault, and they quickly fell. At the same time, the Samnite general Gellius Anatius was killed in front of the camp, and the camp along with all the spoils was taken shortly. Livy reports that 20,000 men were killed and a further 8,000 made prisoners, while the Romans lost around 9,000.
And Decius obviously gave his life for the cause, and he of course would be the hero in all of this.
While Fabius held a funeral for his colleague, Pro-Praetor Gnaeus Fulvius defeated the Etruscan army. Remnants of the Samnite force tried to retreat back to Samnium, but they were attacked by the Peligni and lost a further 1,000 men. Appius Claudius was given the command of Decius's army, and Fabius returned to Rome to celebrate a triumph. This battle marks a turning point. Although the war would last for another 5 years, the Allies could pose no significant threat to Rome. The four strongest tribes in Italy united to break Rome's domination, but they failed miserably.
Yeah.
The writing was on the walls, and it was only a matter of time before the Romans cleared out any remnants of opposition from central Italy.
I mean, because manpower's a finite resource, and once you lose that many men, especially for that time, just the morale goes down. You start to think about survival of your own people at that point.
At the beginning of the same year, in 295 BCE, the Romans expanded their influence into Umbria. In 294 BCE, 3 chief cities of Etruria, Volsini, Perusia, and Arretium, sued for peace and secured a 40-year truce. In 293 BCE, Lucius Papirius Cursor, son of the famous Papirius, hero of the Second Samnite War, and Spurius Carvilius Maximus were elected consuls, and they both led their armies into Samnium. The Samnites ordered a massive levy. Every man of fighting age was ordered to appear before the general, or their life was forfeit. All of them were then summoned to Aquilonia to make their last stand. Around 40,000 men answered the call. In Aquilonia, the Samnites organized a great ritual sacrifice. When it was complete, the general summoned the foremost men among the Samnite nobles. They were then forced to swear an oath to fight until death and kill any man they saw fleeing. Any man who refused was killed and left as an example to others. These men were then ordered to pick their brothers in arms until they reached a number of 16,000 men in total. They formed an elite unit known as the Linen Legion.
Right, and this is just one of those crazy parts of ancient history right here.
They were given special equipment to distinguish them from the rest of the army. The consuls parted way in Samnium and besieged different cities. Papirius was the first to reach Aquilonia, and he stationed his troops near the city. He decided to engage the enemy before his colleague, who was stationed some 20 miles away at Cominium, could aid him. Before the battle started, Papirius ordered Spurius Nautius, leader of the auxiliary cohorts, to lead his men along with pack animals to circle the enemy and raise as large a dust cloud as possible in the process. The fighting that ensued was savage, as both armies were highly motivated. When the second line was exhausted and starting to falter, a large dust cloud appeared on the horizon. Taking the opportunity, Papirius loudly exclaimed that his colleague Carvilius was coming to their aid. The Romans were invigorated by this and they rose a great battle shout, while the Samnites lost their resolve and started to panic. Spurius Nautius, who created the cloud of dust, charged his auxiliaries, and the Samnite army was utterly destroyed.
All the sheep.
Volumnius, who commanded the Roman left, led his men into the Samnite camp and took it with ease, while Scipio Barbatus, who commanded the Roman right, led his men to Aquilonia. The defenders manned the walls and were ready to shower the Romans with arrows, but Scipio ordered his men in a testudo formation and took the city by storm. The Samnites lost upwards of 20,000 men on that day.
That's insane that they were able to do that with such ease. Because, I don't know, man. That's just insane.
While this was going on, Carvilius took Cominium and the Roman victory was complete. Samnites had no more standing armies, and the consuls proceeded to take several towns in the area without contest. Upon their return to Rome, they celebrated a great triumph. Lavish equipment taken from the Linen Legion was truly a sight to behold. With this victory,
So the Linen Legion, besides was it just an overcompensated, like, group of individuals? How much merit was behind the distinguishment that they had?
Livy ends the 10th book of his nominal work, From the Founding of the City, which we used as the primary source in all of our videos. Unfortunately, books 11 through 20 are lost to history and only short epitomes survive to this day. This means that
You would expect earlier books to not be there.
we won't be able to follow his versions of events any longer. Instead, we will have to rely more on our other ancient sources, namely Polybius, Plutarch, Dio Cassius, and many others.
Yeah.
In the aftermath of the Battle of Aquilonia, the Samnites were all but defeated. With a short delay, attributed to a plague raging in Rome, in 291 BCE, Romans captured Bovianum and Venusia, two large population centers. 290 BCE was spent dealing with remaining pockets of resistance across Samnium,
And just look at that territory.
thus ending the third and the last Samnite War. In the same year, the Romans also conquered the Sabines. When the first Samnite War started in 343
Look at the difference.
BCE, it was a conflict between similarly matched Italian tribes vying for control of rich Greek colonies in Campania. But by the end of the Third Samnite War, some 50 years later, Rome transformed into a chief power in Italy, controlling half the peninsula. These victories set them on an inevitable course that would end in a fight for supremacy over the Mediterranean.
With Carthage.
Although Samnites were soundly defeated, they would never forget their history. When Pyrrhus of Epirus invaded Italy, they joined his forces. When Hannibal crossed the Alps, they allied with him. When the
I don't know much or anything about Pyrrhus, so I can't wait to talk about him.
social war broke out, they were quick to join the rebels.
Yep.
But time after time, they were defeated by the Romans.
Yep.
With each defeat, they would lose a part of their resolve and a part of their identity, but we are getting ahead of ourselves. Having defeated the Samnites and secured control of central Italy, the Romans now turned to the south and the rich cities of Magna Graecia. Although separated from the mainland, they still had both military and financial support from Greece. When Pyrrhus of Epirus answered the call to help the Greeks against an Italic tribe, he boarded his ships and set sail to Italy expecting an easy victory. Join us next time as we discuss the Pyrrhic War.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait because I've never heard or reacted or watched anything about this. So it's going to be net new. Can't wait. So the Third Samnite War, odds against Rome, the Gauls, the Umbrians, the Etruscans, the Samnites, all kind of like migrated north, really thought they could take care of it. The strategic armies, how Rome levied certain armies to distract, as well as certain army segments to do certain things within the battle, just played out to their favor. And then attrition and lack of manpower just wore down the Samnites to eventually fall in like 5 years. So that's the three-part trilogy series of the Samnite Wars. I guess next time we'll talk about the Pyrrhic War, Pyrrhus. That's gonna be interesting. I'm sure you guys will be there when I press play. Until next time, peace out. Consider subscribing. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back, guys. Are you excited like I am to talk about the Pyrrhic War? Because I have no idea what happened with the Pyrrhic War. I don't even know who Pyrrhus is or anything. I've heard interesting things. But let's jump right in, shall we? Because we got to talk about this. My cord's going everywhere. Okay, here we go.
The Romans were busy consolidating land acquired in the First Samnite War. A young Macedonian general crowned himself king after his father, Philip II, was assassinated. This was, of course, Alexander III, more commonly known as Alexander the Great. The Greeks paid no heed to the west and the wars of Italian tribes, as they were more focused on the east and the vast Persian Empire. In 334 BC, Alexander crossed the Hellespont with 40,000 men and 6,000 cavalry.
And the rest is history.
Until his death only 11 years later, Alexander and his phalanx would go on to conquer all of Persia and parts of northern India. At the time of his death, Alexander commanded the largest empire in the known world. His death marks the end of classical Greece and the start of the Hellenistic period. Having no designated successor, his generals broke into fighting for control of the crumbling empire. These generals were known as the Diadochi, and they would go on to lead powerful kingdoms in Greece, Asia Minor, the Levant, and Egypt.
Oh yeah. And part of a lot of this, they'll eventually come into contact with Rome anyway.
These turbulent times, a second cousin of Alexander the Great, Pyrrhus of Epirus, was born. When Pyrrhus was only 2, his father lost control of the army while campaigning in Macedonia, and he was dethroned. Illyrian king Glaucias gave refuge to the young prince and his family. When he was 11, Glaucias invaded Epirus and installed Pyrrhus as puppet king.
Wow.
But this was short-lived, as he was deposed in 302 BCE and driven into his second exile. During his exile, he served in the wars of the Diadochi, and he eventually ended up in Egypt as a prisoner of Ptolemy I.
Dang, that was a lot happening already.
Ptolemy, who was always looking to expand his short list of allies, married Pyrrhus off to his stepdaughter. He then gave him an army and sent him off to Epirus, where he won back his old kingdom. Pyrrhus' second reign started in 297 BC, and he was the next 10-odd years to consolidate his power. By that time, the wars of the Diadochi were mostly over, and the Hellenic world was finally at peace, with borders more or less settled. This meant that the young and ambitious general had no easy targets in the east, so he turned to the west and the rich cities of Magna Graecia. It was then that he received a call for aid from Tarentum. Securing help from Ptolemy II in the form of soldiers and war elephants, he boarded his ships and sailed off to Italy. Although the cities of Magna Graecia shared a common history and culture, they were not united. Instead, they were separate city-states acting in their own selfish interests.
I didn't know that. Interesting.
The Romans knew this and decided to play cities off one another, using a well-known tactic, divide and conquer.
Yeah.
The city of Thurii played right into their hand by asking for help against the Lucanians in 285 BC, and Rome happily obliged. While this was going on, the hostilities in the north were restarted when the Celts besieged Arretium, a Roman military outpost in Etruria. The force that was sent to deal with them was destroyed, and some Etruscan cities joined the Gallic invasion. The Samnites, still bitter about their subjugation, saw that the Romans were once again engaged on two fronts, and they decided to rise up in rebellion. The rebellion lasted for 10 years and could easily be described as the Fourth Samnite War. But considering most of the major battles were fought under the leadership of Pyrrhus, the rebellion is considered part of the Pyrrhic War. In 283 BC, the Romans won a decisive victory against the Gauls and Etruscans in the Second Battle of Lake Vadimo. With this victory, they secured peace in the north and were free to focus on the Greeks in the south. This meant that when Thurii again requested help in 282 BCE, Gaius Fabricius Lustin was sent to deal with the Lucanians. After he successfully lifted the siege and scattered the invaders, he went on a sightseeing boat tour in the Gulf of Taranto. According to
As you would.
some old treaty, the Romans were forbidden to enter the Gulf, which was under Tarentine rule. Luck would have it that the Tarentines were in the midst of festivities honoring the god of wine Dionysius. When the news of Roman ships entering the Gulf reached the inebriated crowd, they rose up in anger and attacked the intruders. The consul was killed in the scuffle,
Dang.
and out of the 10 ships, 4 were sunk and 2 captured. The Tarentines didn't stop there. They assembled an army and marched onto Thurii. The city was taken easily, and the Roman garrison was expelled. Instead of bearing the full force of the Republic onto the Greeks, the Senate chose a more measured approach. They sent envoys to demand reprisal from the Tarentines. The delegation was met with insults and laughter from the citizen assembly. The story goes that the local drunkard then discharged his bowels onto a Roman toga. To this, Postumius, leader of the delegation, proclaimed, "This toga will be washed clean, with much blood."
Of course.
Postumius didn't clean
That's
his
crazy.
toga. Instead, he displayed it in the Senate. Although the legions were stretched thin at the moment, the Romans had no other choice but to declare war.
Imagine that's why the war was declared.
A Roman army swiftly reached Tarentum and ravaged the countryside. The Tarentines were offered the same terms Postumius presented, but no one in the assembly was
God dang, I love this channel. I love the memes.
laughing now. Although the citizens were evenly split on what to do next, it was agreed that they would reject the terms and request aid from Epirus. Envoys were sent to King
So this is how Pyrrhus enters Rome.
Pyrrhus of
Or- Sorry, Italy.
Epirus and assured him that a great coalition of Greeks, Lucanians and Samnites was waiting for him in Italy. They of course largely inflated the number of troops at their disposal, but this was enough to convince Pyrrhus to cross the Ionian Sea and deal with these barbarians.
All right, Thanos.
While Pyrrhus was amassing his forces, he sent an expeditionary army into Italy. They arrived in a nick of time, as Tarentum had already fallen and the aristocracy was preparing to give the city over to the Romans. The Greeks quickly dealt with the legions and took control of the city. When the city was finally secured and all the necessary preparations made, the Tarentines sent a fleet to carry the rest of the army. Pyrrhus had amassed a force of 22,000 infantry, 2,000 cavalry, and 20 war elephants. The crossing was done in the middle of winter, and the harsh winds from the north blew the fleet off course.
That's what happens in the Aegean. It's crazy.
Many ships were badly damaged, but the bulk of the army reached Italy in 280 BCE. Incredibly, all 20 war elephants survived the crossing.
Hey, if they can survive the Alps, well, did only one survive the Alps? No, never mind.
Although the Tarentines welcomed Pyrrhus as a liberator, he acted more as a tyrant and a conqueror.
Oh,
He took control of the city and shut down all public gatherings. The men were forcibly conscripted into the army. Some
Aw.
Tarentines, so accustomed to their freedoms, left their homes and went into exile. The news of Pyrrhus's arrival caused panic in Rome. They were exhausted by the long years of fighting the Samnites, and the army reserves were running low. This meant that the Romans had to levy fresh troops. It's reported that even the landless citizens, who were usually exempt from military service, were called upon.
to the poor.
Consul Publius Valerius Laevinus marched south with 8 legions or about 30,000 men. Pyrrhus was a great general, but he wasn't a warmonger. He offered immediate peace between the Romans and the Italian Greeks, but this was soundly rejected. They left him no other choice but to take the field. The armies met near the Greek town of Heraclea. Pyrrhus watched in awe as the Romans meticulously constructed their camp. This was far from the barbarian rebel he was promised. He was impressed by their discipline and attention to detail. At this moment, he began to doubt an easy victory, and he wanted to wait for reinforcements. But the consul had the numerical advantage and was eager for a fight. The Greeks were defending the river crossing, but the Roman cavalry crossed the river downstream and surprised the defenders who had to retreat. When the legions finally crossed the river, the Battle of Heraclea started. The
Okay.
Romans numbered close to 40,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, while Pyrrhus commanded a force of 30,000 infantry, 4,000 cavalry, and 20 war elephants.
So Romans have the advantage, but we'll see what happens.
Pyrrhus used tactics perfected by Alexander the Great. The bulk of his force was a Macedonian-style phalanx that advanced through the middle. The flanks were supported by the cavalry. The elephants were kept as a reserve. The Romans used a conventional 3-line maniple system with cavalry on the flanks. This would be the first time that the Roman maniples faced off against a well-trained and disciplined Greek phalanx. The Romans had trouble reaching the Greeks with their short sword, but they stood their ground and the battle turned into a stalemate. Pyrrhus rode on the flank, but he was unable to break the Roman cavalry and he had to pull back. He then decided to send in his elephants. This was too much for the Romans, who had never before seen such terrible beasts,
Yeah, I bet that's crazy.
let alone face them on the field. The horses were the first to panic and they ran for the camp. The elephants charged into the Roman lines
So the elephants were the decision maker here. Wow.
and trampled a great many men. Archers on their backs rained arrows down on the Romans. Seeing the day was lost, the consul ordered a full retreat. This wasn't a headless flight, but rather an orderly retreat back to the well-defended camp. This ensured that the Roman losses stayed at the minimum. Romans lost 7,000 men with thousands more captured, while Pyrrhus lost around 4,000. Plutarch also
Or 11,000.
writes that Pyrrhus lost some of his best troops and trusted generals. Considering these numbers, this battle could be characterized as the first of the famous Pyrrhic victories. As we have seen before, the Romans could easily replenish their forces with fresh recruits, but the
All day.
young king would struggle to replace the core of his army. Following this battle, a number of Italian tribes, including the Samnites, declared openly for Pyrrhus. He gathered his forces and marched north towards Rome in hopes of winning over more allies. But the cities of Campania were not impressed and they refused to negotiate with him, staying loyal to Rome. The consul was then reinforced with 2 more legions from Rome and he was in hot pursuit of the Greeks. At the same time, the army from Etruria started moving south. Pyrrhus advanced to within a few miles of Rome, but he didn't pose a significant threat to the well-defended city, so he turned back towards Samnium.
In Samnium, they can defect.
He didn't achieve anything noteworthy with his little excursion, but only put himself in a dangerous position. In the winter of 279 BCE, the Romans opened negotiations with Pyrrhus. A delegation arrived from Rome to negotiate the release of Roman prisoners. Pyrrhus was surprised by this, as he was expecting the Romans to surrender. He released the prisoners and showered the delegation with gifts, but the delegates refused the gifts, claiming they already had enough possessions.
Wow.
Nevertheless,
We're too rich.
Pyrrhus was not dismayed and he sent his personal advisor, Cineas, to Rome. Our ancient sources claim that Cineas was the most eloquent public speaker of his time.
The Cicero.
He arrived in Rome with large amounts of gold. Rather than meeting with the Senate immediately, he spent a couple of days mingling with the Roman elites and distributing his gold. When he finally addressed the Senate, Cineas already had support from a large number of senators. The terms he presented were frankly ludicrous. The Romans
You depart Samnium. Samnites are a part of this.
had to abandon all their past conquests and confine themselves to Latium.
Wow.
Alliance with Pyrrhus was also offered. We are led to believe that the Senate was about to accept this proposal were it not for one man. Appius Claudius Caecus, of the Appian Way, by now old and blind, gave a famous speech to the Senate. Unfortunately, this speech was lost to history, but it was inscribed and read by famous Roman orators, including Cicero, who even praised it in some of his writings. It was so powerful indeed that the Senate unanimously voted to reject the proposal from Pyrrhus and resume hostilities. In the spring of 297 BCE, the armies were back on the field and they met near Asculum. A rumor began to spread in the Greek camp. The Roman army was commanded by Publius Decius Mus, son and grandson of the famous consuls with the same name who devoted themselves in battles and brought victory to the Romans. It was said that Decius was planning to do the same and secure another victory. Pyrrhus had to shut down this rumor and ordered his men to capture alive anyone wearing a ceremonial toga. The Battle
Can't be wearing that toga.
of Asculum was a messy affair, as it appears that the battle lasted for 2 days. On the first day, Pyrrhus was positioned on uneven terrain and neither the phalanx nor the cavalry could be used effectively. Nightfall brought an end to the indecisive fighting. On the next day, Pyrrhus occupied a better position on the battlefield. His phalanx was placed in the middle, while the cavalry defended the flanks. The elephants were once again placed in reserve. The battle played out similarly to the previous Battle of Heraclea. The difference this time is that the Romans were prepared for the elephants.
With what?
They had 300 chariots equipped with hooks,
Oh.
spikes and flaming arrows. They were specially designed to scare and immobilize the beasts, and they were somewhat successful. The fighting was heavy in the middle and both sides suffered heavy casualties. The elephants eventually overcame the chariots and aided the cavalry in breaking the Roman lines. Orderly retreat back to the camp once again ensured that the casualties stayed at the minimum. In the end, the Romans lost 6,000 men, while Pyrrhus lost 3,500.
So this is twice now he's bested them.
After the battle, Pyrrhus was commended for his victory, and he replied, "One more such victory, and we shall be utterly ruined." This gave rise to the famous phrase Pyrrhic victory, meaning a victory with a very high cost that is tantamount to defeat.
Ah, I was wondering where that came from, but now I know where it came from.
Pyrrhus won 2 victories against the Romans, but he lost the core of his army and most of his friends and generals. He was now at a loss for what to do next. While planning his next move, a messenger arrived from Syracuse. Internal disputes had brought Syracuse down to its knees, and the Carthaginians were looking to conquer the whole of Sicily. The messengers asked Pyrrhus to take control of Syracuse and lead them in expelling the Carthaginians from the island. Rather than facing the legions again, Pyrrhus set sail for Sicily
He found an excuse to leave.
in the summer of 278 BCE. This was a very unpopular move. Firstly, the Italian Greeks were still in danger of expanding Roman influence. Secondly, the Carthaginians disliked this move even more, so they secured an alliance with Rome. This meant that Pyrrhus had to leave a large garrison in Italy. He crossed to Sicily with 8,000 men, some cavalry, and surviving elephants. He easily lifted the siege of Syracuse and went on a winning spree across Sicily. Pyrrhus successfully liberated every Greek city on the island and set siege to Lilybaeum, the only
That's why it looked like that before the Pyrrhic War. Okay.
town under Carthaginian control. Carthage offered him peace, gold, and a number of ships to bear him back to Italy. Although he was keen to accept these terms, as the Roman armies were currently marching freely across southern Italy, the Sicilians and his council refused the offer. They were unwilling to negotiate as long as Carthage was present on the island. Lilybaeum was supplied by sea and could not be taken by siege. Pyrrhus decided to go all in and invade Carthage itself, but his Sicilian subjects refused to build him a fleet that would take him to Africa,
Dang, that would have been insane.
and he was again at a loss for what to do next. The Romans were about to subjugate the southern tip of Italy and cut his land route to Tarentum. He had no other choice but to board his ships and return to Italy in the late summer of 276. While crossing the channel, he was attacked by the Carthaginians and he lost a large part of his fleet. Pyrrhus' short expedition into Sicily was a costly endeavor that didn't achieve anything in the end. The Romans were given enough time to regroup. The Samnites were badly beaten by the Romans and refused to ally with Pyrrhus when he returned, and the Greek cities grew resentful of this tyrant occupying their cities. On his way back to Tarentum, Pyrrhus tried to capture the strategically important city of Rhegium, but he was rebuffed with further losses to his dwindling army. Lacking rich friends and needing funds, he resorted to plundering Greek temples to pay his army.
Jeez, like he's like isolated by himself now.
Even he had to acknowledge that this was an act of sacrilege.
Oh yeah.
In the spring of 275 BCE, Pyrrhus marched north with his force of 20,000 infantry, 3,000 cavalry, and the remaining elephants. He met the Roman army near the Samnite town Maleventum. Pyrrhus tried to perform a sneak attack in the night, but his forces got lost in the forest.
There's just a random elephant just walking through the forest.
In the morning, the Romans noticed that the army was out of position and attacked them. The Romans were ready for the elephants, and they used flaming arrows to scare the great beasts. Terrified elephants charged into the Greek lines and trampled a great deal of men. The rest of the army was easily defeated, and Pyrrhus was forced to flee. Pyrrhus finally suffered his first defeat on Italian soil. The city of Maleventum was renamed Beneventum, changing it from the city of bad events to the city of good events.
That's funny.
Pyrrhus returned to Epirus with 8,000 infantry and 500 cavalry, less than half the force that crossed to Italy with him 6 years ago. He left a strong garrison in Tarentum, hoping to return soon and continue his campaign, but he would never again set foot in Italy. Having depleted his treasury, Pyrrhus was on the lookout for easy conquest. He raised a great army in Epirus and marched into Macedonia, deposed the king Antigonus II, and took his throne.
See, he should have went east this whole time.
Pyrrhus didn't learn anything in Italy, and instead of securing his throne, in 272 BCE he marched on Sparta in hopes of conquering the Peloponnese. Sparta was well defended and he was unable to take it, so instead he tried to take the city of Argos from Antigonus. While fighting in the streets of Argos, an old lady threw a tile from her window that struck Pyrrhus in the head and he was killed.
What? That's probably the most lame way I've ever seen a leader go out.
With him died the hopes of Greek
Fact check, please.
Italy.
What?
When Pyrrhus retreated from Italy, the Romans proceeded to destroy the remaining pockets of resistance in Samnium. Lucanians and other tribes in the south of Italy were then subjugated. The cities of Magna Graecia surrendered to Rome. The last free city in southern Italy was Tarentum, but when they heard the news of Pyrrhus' death, they also surrendered to Rome.
just like that, all this territory is Roman.
With this, the conquest of southern Italy was finally complete. This marks the end of the Greek city-states, with one notable exception, Syracuse. Cities in mainland Greece were busy fighting each other, and they left the doors wide open for Philip II to conquer them. Now again, the city-states of Magna Graecia didn't stand united, and they were easy pickings for the Romans.
Wow.
From now on, the history of the ancient world will be written exclusively by empires. Pyrrhus claimed descent from mythical hero Achilles. He was also the second cousin of Alexander the Great. This meant that Pyrrhus saw himself as the next in line of the great Greek warriors. The rest of the Diadochi tried to embody Alexander with their words and demeanor, but Pyrrhus alone could match him with his actions. He was a capable general, and he led his troops from the front. He would often charge with his cavalry into the thick of things, hoping to break the enemy line.
It doesn't really sound like he did a whole lot, though.
And he was successful more often than not. It's no wonder that he is considered the most capable military leader of his generation.
I guess so, though.
But every coin has two sides. His victories on the field were often followed by strategic blunders that would leave him in a far worse situation.
Like, gross net, on a net level, it seems like he didn't do too much.
After two major victories against the Romans, he was unable to push his advantage, so he sailed off to Sicily, leaving his Italian allies to fend for themselves. After conquering virtually all of Sicily, he overreached and had to flee, first to Italy and then all the way to Epirus. Even after he returned to Greece, he won the throne of Macedonia, but then quickly threw it all away by fighting an inconsequential war on the Peloponnese. Pyrrhus achieved nothing of note in the end. His most notable legacy is introducing the Romans to war elephants that would be used against them in the Punic Wars. However, his failed expedition did have one major consequence. The Hellenistic world finally realized that there was a new major player on the international stage.
Rome.
The Romans now controlled the whole of central and southern Italy. They were set on an inevitable course that would end in a clash with Carthage for ultimate supremacy over the Mediterranean.
Dang! So, Mr. Pyrrhus was but like on a net level, he was meh. You know, he he had some good victories. He just was not in a situation where he could rearm his men. If he was a Roman general, we'd probably talk about him as we talk about, I don't know, throw a random good general out there name. But he did his part. It's interesting though. I appreciate you guys being here, learning the Pyrrhic War, or watching me learn it for the first time. We'll do more videos, of course, in the future. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye.